It is 6:30. Yeah. What do you? I guess sounds good. You have extra?
Thank you, Mr. Hefner. Okay, we ready to go? All right. Good evening, and welcome to the City of Leon Valley City Council regular meeting. Today is Tuesday, March the 7th, 2023, and it's approximately 6:30 in the evening. And as you can see, we do have a quorum. All City Council members are present. And it's an honor and pleasure this evening to introduce two Boy Scouts that are earning, I'm sure, their community badge, community and communications. Okay, very good. And I'd like to introduce Gentry Kotzer. Gentry, you want to stand up? And Caleb Gomez. And they're from Troop 66, University Methodist Church. So welcome, and would you please, yes, let's give them a hand. They're our future generation, our future leaders. And can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? We'd be honored. Okay? Very good. Thank you. If you please stand. Okay.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Really appreciate it. Okay. Agenda item number 2 is citizens to be heard, and we have approximately up to 3 minutes for you to speak at this agenda item, and usually it's for anything that's not on the agenda, because if it's on the agenda, you're able to speak on it. So is there anyone in our chambers that would like to address the council on any issue that's not on the agenda this evening? Please come forward and state your name and where you're from, and then we'll go from there. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Diaz.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Abraham Diaz, 6014 Cannon Drive. I'm coming up here today to ask the council, Mayor and Council, if y'all can please do something about the Comfort Cafe. That is the biggest eyesore, and it's an embarrassment to our city. I do not like going to the H-E-B now. That is just a terrible black eye for the city of Leon Valley. The graffiti that is there, the broken windows that are there, knock that thing down. It is a... I'm sorry. Please knock it down. Do an emergency demolition on the thing. It is an eyesore, and I suspect the Sonic and the Carl's Jr. is going to go that way. I know the Sonic is a place where Shannon lives. You know, that's the homeless guy that lives in Leon Valley. But I mean, going to the Bill Miller's, and it's now become a dump for people just to throw away their trash. Carl's Jr. is the same way. So I'm asking, as a citizen of Leon Valley, if you can please do something about these buildings that are vacant. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, let me ask Dr. Caldera, because we have been working on that. Thank you.
So on March 21st, y'all, next council agenda, it's currently being posted right now. You do have a public hearing scheduled for that property to consider demolition for the Comfort Cafe property on your March 21st. Right. So we're advertising the next 3 weekends, and y'all will hear it on the 21st.
Okay.
All right. Well,
thank you. Appreciate you bringing it up to our attention, though. All right. Anyone else? Yes. Good evening, Mr. Shippey, and welcome.
Hi, Dave Shippey, representing Vista Del Rey Apartments.
Okay.
Just want to give you a status update on the progress at the property. So we've completed stair repair on 5 buildings.
Wow.
And have code compliance have completed code compliance with the city on those 5. Should have another 4 buildings repaired this week. We have 9 buildings that have certificates of occupancy, and should have another 8 buildings completed this week for certificates of occupancy. And we've submitted a to repair the next 10 buildings. We pulled permits for the next 10 buildings.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you so much for the update. We really appreciate that.
Point of privilege,
Yes.
Mayor. Mr. Shipley?
Shippey.
Shipley, sorry. Sir, thank you so much for coming up and addressing this. Are you letting your customers know, well, your residents there at the apartment, giving them the same information you're giving us? Are you keeping them up to date as well?
Oh, absolutely. We keep in constant communication with them on everything that's going on. Absolutely.
Okay.
Very good, sir. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you for what you're doing. It's been a challenge, but thank you.
I appreciate that, and thank you for your support.
All right. Very good. Okay. Anyone else? Yes. Come on in and welcome. And if you'll please state your name and just generally where you live, and you have up to 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
My name's Russell Fernandez. I actually live kind of adjacent to this property here, but I just in the short time that I've been here tonight, there's been a couple of conversations around homelessness, and I'm a homeless services worker in the downtown area through Corazon Ministries. We receive a lot of funding from the city of San Antonio to do that work, to partner with SAPD or fire department, and to address homeless encampments or just homelessness wherever it may exist. So I don't know what it looks like in Leon Valley to have coordinated efforts when kind of cleaning up encampments and that sort of thing, but we otherwise regularly do that through the coordination with the city of San Antonio. There may be a way to also kind of help the smaller municipalities that are within the area. I'm open to that conversation. I'd be a good point of contact for it. And just wanted to put that on the table.
Can you give your information to Dr. Caldera, please?
Crystal's back there. She's
Okay,
gonna give
Crystal
you-
Miranda.
Gonna help you.
That'd be wonderful. Yes.
May I ask the name again?
Yes, it's Mr. Hernandez, and your first name is Russell.
Yeah,
Russell
I know there's
Hernandez.
several people in our organization that do work with homeless services, but we live in Leon Valley, so it'd be very convenient for us to help out.
Thank you. Really appreciate that offer. Great. All right. Anyone else? Okay. Seeing no one else, we'll move then to the next agenda item. Agenda item number 3, regular agenda. Number 1, presentation, public hearing, and discussion to consider approval of an ordinance granting a zoning change from RE1 Residential Estates Zoning District to R6 Garden House Zoning District on approximately 21.352 acres of land, being Grass Hill Estate Subdivision. And this is our first reading as required by the City Council. And we have, do I have Ms. Teague here this evening?
Yeah, Ms. Teague will give the PowerPoint
Oh,
presentation.
there you are. Oh, okay, thank you.
Hi.
And welcome. Welcome,
but
Dr.
I would like,
Caldera.
yes, so at the Zoning Commission, many of the same residents heard me speak. I'd like to give some context to this agenda item just a little bit. So back in 2013, the city was sued, and as part of the settlement agreement in 2017, the city decided to settle that lawsuit, and we paid $500,000 for this property. There were some other homeowners involved, and I think they pulled on their insurance in order for those funds to go towards a settlement agreement. But on the city's portion was $500,000, and we would purchase the property. And so the city did do that. We had been getting lots of calls from different developers from in and around over the last 3 or 4 years. We have been waiting for a flood drainage project to be completed. We're getting ready to start that project and move forward. It was the last 3 minutes for the last person speaking. We started to move forward with that drainage project, and as we started to move forward, other developers started hearing that we were making these flood control projects in the area, so more interest peaked. However, the zoning for this particular property is RE1 for this particular area. And so what we were hearing back from developers was that this was not an advantageous zoning district for them in order for them to be able to develop. And so they were wanting to know if we'd be willing to rezone the property to another type of zoning. R6 seemed to be the way that that most of the developers would like the city to rezone that property. And so when I took a look at the surrounding area before this got put on the agenda for discussion, I took a look at the surrounding area. Most of the area around this property was designated as R1. And then on the backside where the ridge is at was considered R6. So it wasn't unheard of for us to consider an R6 zoning in this particular area. The property in red shows an R1, but it's actually an RE1, which is residential 1 acre estates. And so when we talk about compromise this evening, this neighborhood compromised back in 2017 because originally they didn't want anything developed there, and what they compromised with the city were these 1 acre lots. I was unsure of whether or not that neighborhood's climate had changed, or if an R6 or an R1 would be more palatable to this community, or something maybe in between. Maybe consider a PD, maybe consider, a lot of these people do like a walking trail around the area. If we would put in a walking trail in the area, if that would be amenable to them. After a lengthy discussion at the zoning commission meeting, it seems that the majority of the residents in that area still want to leave that land untouched. They don't want us to change that land to any zoning district. So if you're not going to change that land, my recommendation to you would be just leave it RE1 as is. It's not like we're getting much interest on 1 acre lots, and maybe you'll get lucky at some point and you may get 1 acre lots. There are other things to consider, of course, are you'd be out the $500,000. So it was never the intention that the city would keep this property as designated parkland. It was always the intention of the city to sell the property to recoup the $500,000 that the city spent on that property. So, but again, it's a council decision and a community decision as to what you would like to do with that property. And so that's kind of where we're at this evening. At the zoning commission meeting, I asked the residents that were there in attendance if they would provide any other kinds of recommendations. In the past, we looked at like a buffer area, like an R1 to one area. So maybe there's something we can look at, like an RE1 for a certain buffer, and then an R1 as we move further away from the homes. Maybe that's something that they would like to take a look at. But I can tell you right now, the best bang for the buck, as far as if you're just looking at dollars, would be R6.
Okay, very good. Thank you. All right. We do have a presentation. Good evening, Ms. Teagan. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Council.
You bet.
Just make sure you can hear me. Okay, the applicant, of course, is the City of Leon Valley. It is vacant property, city-owned, and the request tonight is to change the zoning from RE1 Residential Estate Zoning District to an R6, which is Garden House Zoning District, on approximately 21.352 acres of land. The options are to approve, deny, or other. So to give you some background real quickly, back in 1969, it was annexed Seneca Crystal Hills area, about 120 acres, as a temporary R1 single family. In the 70s, it was annexed to temporary R1. The city created an R4 townhome zoning. In 72, they platted 35 acres. Also in 1972, they rezoned lots 2 and 4 R3 apartments. Also in 1974, they platted 25 R4 lots. 1975, replatted 76. The developer requested new zoning district to be created to R6 Garden House. And it was placed in the code and approved. Several attempts were made in the 70s and 80s to replat lots along William Rancher with R1 zoning, but never accomplished due to developmental challenges. In the 80s, the property on William Rancher property was platted Grass Hill Estates, and also platted for garden homes along Hebner Creek. Rezoned request from R1 to B2 retail was denied, and also for 6.7 acres at the corner of AIDS and Samaritan, R1 to R6, also denied. In 1985, rezoning request for 44 acres from R1 to R6 was also denied. 1997, Good Samaritan Lodge was platted. 2003 to 2005, there was some rezoning that was denied. The same request approved in 2004. 2005, replatted along Grass Hill to create garden homes and duplex lots. 2006, rezoning request for 25 acres from R1 to R6 was approved, but then withdrawn prior to a city council hearing. In 2007, there was a petition to the city council to revise the master plan to remove any reference to R6 garden home from this area, and the action was approved. In 2010 to 2011, there were several zoning cases. The city council postponed it a couple times, and then the applicant requests further postponement to explore additional development alternatives. Between February 2011 and March 2011, a development agreement was drafted for the R6 garden home development. After March 2011, there was no more, the developer did not apply for anything further. Real quickly, the master plan for Seneca West area remains largely unplatted and undeveloped. Some platting occurred in 1972, and the future land use plan for this area consists of single-family, low-density housing, and garden home uses. The land used for Seneca Estates Units 3, 3B are established neighborhoods and should be maintained as residential areas. The existing zoning south of Grass Hill Drive should remain R6 Garden House. For the Bandera Road area, rezoning of B2 retail to B3 commercial is discouraged. Right now, because there are no developmental plans that have been approved, submitted, or discussed at this time in my department, so we do not have a traffic impact analysis. And our city engineer was not able to make it tonight. He's at a conference. There's a picture of the plat of the area, our BCAD map. There's an aerial view of the property. This is the zoning map that Dr. Caldera showed you. There were 28 letters sent originally. One came back in favor but had some modifications and some other ideas for the properties. 27 came back in opposition and 0 were undeliverable. At the February 28th meeting, the Planning and Zoning recommended denial of this request to R6 Garden Home.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any, yes?
I just want to, so if y'all do decide to make a zone change this evening, you do need a supermajority. It requires 20% of the surrounding area that have opposition to this project require supermajority vote, and so we have 22% of the notification opposing this, and so in order to change zoning, you would need 4 in favor of a zone change. So I just want to make that clear. And then just as a side note, because it's not included in Mindy's slide deck, is that we did receive 50 letters in opposition outside of the 200 that aren't included in the 28 letters.
Right. And we discussed expanded notification.
So if y'all would like to do an expanded notification, the council would vote this evening to do an expanded notification. That's one of the reasons I'm letting you know that you've already received 50 letters outside of that expanded notification, outside of this expanded notification that are already in opposition. Okay. But yes, you can request an expanded notification this evening.
Very good.
Crystal, I do have the addresses of those outside the 200.
Okay. And so if y'all request an expanded notification, then it would take some time. I would have to go out, do the expanded notification, and then it would be brought back. But we would have to put on the next council agenda an item, or you can put as part of your motion this evening that that's what you're requesting is an expanded notification.
Okay, very good. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
If there's no questions from the council at this time, we'll go ahead and open up the public hearing. Is that all right? I just want to be sure. All right, so at exactly 6:49, I will open up the public hearing. And I know many of you would like to address the council, so we're just going to go orderly. Just come come to the podium. Thank you, Mr. Parra, for leading the way, and state your name and where you reside, and you have up to 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Good evening, Drew Power. I live in Leon Valley. I actually live across Bandera from this property, but I do utilize the natural resources that are there. I enjoy going over there and just sitting and watching the birds. Apparently there's rabbits and deer and skunk as well. One of the things I did want to bring up, having sat on planning and zoning, our environmental stewardship as part of our mission vision statement states that the city will become carbon neutral by conserving and preserving natural resources and expanding recycling initiatives. Well, the definition of carbon neutrality means having a balance between emitting carbon and absorbing carbon. And in order to do that, the only natural resources are oceans, forests, and soil. There are no man-made or artificial forms of sinking carbon. That breaks down to one person commuting 12 miles a day, 6 miles each way in a car, produces a half a pound per mile of carbon. On an average year working 250 days, that's 3,106 miles a year. In order to offset that with trees, you would need 22 trees per person to absorb 66 pounds of CO2. A tree needs to plant 22 trees and have a significant growth space would require a half an acre per vehicle, per house, per development. And I don't think in our C statements we're taking that into account when we're doing these medium density projects. I would really like to see this not stay RE1, but go to a natural area so that we can maintain our forests and our green space. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bauer. All right. Who's next? Yes, Ruth, good evening and welcome. And if you'll state your name and where you reside, please.
All right. My name is Mary Ruth Fernandez, and I live on 6327 Mary Jameson Street. And I'm very glad that you made the statement that you made. Appreciate it. And I know I have 3 minutes to speak, so I'll just get to it. I have 7 things that I want to report that are affecting the way that we are living in that area that you all are discussing tonight. One is the noise that we hear. I personally like the noise. It makes me feel like I'm in the thick of things and things are happening and things are going well. But there will be significantly increased amount of noise if we put housing and don't leave that natural, as was suggested by the previous speaker. Also, the traffic and the congestion increases the personal stress that we all feel as residents in that community. And I think most people, I know I did, I moved here because I wanted to live in a less stressful area. So I also am concerned that that we would have to pay more property taxes. I don't know if that would bear out to be true, but I understand by looking at what happened in other small communities when more homes were moved in, the property taxes went up somehow, but the resale value of the homes or the selling value, the property value, was less because people did not want to move into an area that was highly populated, if that makes sense to folks. Also, the reduction in safety. Right now, because of the congestion on Bandera, people are speeding down Mary Jameson Street. And it won't be long before I come in front of you all to talk about putting speed bumps there. Because in a flash, someone turns onto Mary Jameson and is already at Grass Hill. And the kids are startled. There are kids that live on that street, and they report that they're startled. Also, the drainage, the traffic lights that we would need by Shipley's, the schools that would be, have more students going to them, the sewers, the stress on the ambulances, the fire department, and the police. All that would be expense that would have to be paid for by the city or the citizens. So for all those reasons, I too would like to keep, and my husband and my neighbors, the Fox family, and Ella, who lives across from me. I'm speaking for a lot of people in our neighborhood that want that area to stay natural.
Okay.
I looked into ideas for making revenue for the city, and they talked about partnering with other agencies to take care of homeless people, and somehow partner with other agencies to take care of people with food insecurities. They talked about smart cities.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm done?
Yep.
All right. So anyway, thank you for
Thank
the
you,
time.
Ruth. Appreciate you being here this evening. Thank you. All right. Yes, Sharon. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening,
Good to
Madam
see you.
Mayor and City Council members. I'm Sharon Hendricks, and I live at 6015 AIDS Street. My husband Ray and I have owned our home on AIDS for 43 years. We are opposed to the rezoning of the 21 acres from RE1 residential estates to R6 garden homes. Our home and the Alcaceres home and the home on William Rancher are an example of what this property will look like when RE1 homes are built. I call it casual country. We all have 1 acre lots or larger. Our yards are well kept and have a natural country setting. We preserve the land that was ranches before the city became the city of Leon Valley. We do not have St. Augustine lawns, but rather natural grasses of the region. We're similar to Monty Robles, I think, in that they have the larger lots looking like ours, but they also have 2 homes I noticed recently that are under construction and 2 that looked fairly new that they had built recently. So I think there is a market for larger lots, and so that's why we are opposed to having a rezoning of this property. But when asked last week of what we wanted, we'd like the property to stay totally natural, just as it is. We don't want baseball diamonds. We don't want soccer fields. We want a natural area. We have residents coming from our Seneca West, but also from the Ridge. The Ridge was built, and it's a very steep community. And so those residents come down, and we have this melting pot of people walking every night. They love it. And yes, do we have wildlife? The other night, last night actually, my husband and I were walking, and there was an owl sitting in a tree. Well, who sees live owls anymore? So as walkers came by, we stopped them to show it to them, and it was just like so wonderful. And so when we first purchased our home, I wanted to just tell you kind of what it was like. We came to that, there was nothing but R1 homes in Seneca West. We got to our 1-lane Caliche Road AIDS, saw the property, and just knew it was such a unique property that we had to buy it no matter what the house looked like, because we knew we were going to live there forever. It was beautiful. And so it's just, as you go to that property, it's just a quiet, peaceful area. I was a nurse for 35 years. I worked in an operating room. It was stressful. I'd come to that Caliche Road, and you just took a moment, and you had this moment. You just relax. And that's what I want for our neighborhood. We have so many people, like I said, from the Ridge and Seneca West that go out there.
Okay.
Done?
Yeah. Thank you so much. Appreciate those words. All right. Yes, Mr. Diaz.
3 minutes.
Thank you. Abraham Diaz, 6014 Kinman Drive. I would like for you to imagine the Ridge getting built into where we're at now, 400 to 600 homes, okay? And I want you to imagine between the time of 4:30 and 6:30 in the afternoon, coming home from work, and that flyover backed up all the way past probably Ann Sarah Whitten, probably by the Bill Millers, all the way back there. It's not bad right now. I can come off the fly zone at 5 o'clock, and I can stop right about where the QT is at. 4:30, 5:30, 6:30 in the afternoon, with additional houses back there, we're going to have a big problem. Now, go in the morning, 6, 8 o'clock in the morning, with the traffic trying to get out of Seneca, because that's the only way out, other than the Shipleys. great amount of traffic will be coming back into this area. As we were coming over here, me and my neighbor Travis, I was behind him. Every time we cross Seneca, we have to play chicken with the person coming across the other side. Now think about the heavy traffic now coming in because somebody's trying to come down Seneca through Everest to avoid the flyover. My neighbor, Ms. Cardenas, said it best on last Tuesday, quality of life. That area that we have back there is quality of life. We have an area of physical activity. We have walkers, we have bicyclists. With the time change going now the other way, we're going to be walking later on at night, 8 o'clock, 8:30, walkers out there. I'm opposed to the R6, and I respectfully request that you do the same, that you not change it to the R6. I do believe that there is a market out there for 1 acre lots. If you look at 21 acres, by the time they put in infrastructure and all that, you're looking at about 12 to 13 pieces of property back there that can go for 1 acre lots. I mean, I'd be the first one to buy. I love Leon Valley, and I want to stay in Leon Valley. The house that I live in is not feasible for me to live until 70s or 80s. I got to have an upstairs. I can't go upstairs after a certain age. So I would love to build a house back there that has a ADA bathroom for me as I get older. I want to stay in my home. I want to go into a facility. The current infrastructure right now, I don't think can handle all that extra traffic that's going in there. That infrastructure, our streets are going to have to get redone. Who's going to do that? Is it going to be the developer? Or is it going to be citizens or my neighbors are going to have to put up for that? I respectfully request that you deny today the R6. I also respectfully request that, and you all talked about it, but not just notify within the 200. 21 of our neighbors do not represent the whole neighborhood. I think you need to notify the whole neighborhood. So I am coming to you today to please respectfully request that you deny the R6 and leave it the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good evening and welcome. If you'll please state your name and where you reside.
Sure. Thank you very much, Ms. Riley. My name is Dr. Rajendra Tusu,
Yes, sir.
and I stay in 5919 Seneca Drive. And I've been living in this community for about 19 years now.
Mm-hmm.
And this has come up earlier, maybe twice while I've been staying here. And always it has been denied. I think it's very clear that none of the residents living in our area want this change from R1 to anything else. So, and if you see the history that was shown, from 70s onwards it has been denied. I think we need to take cognizance of this fact. All these people living there have been living there for a very long time, maybe 30 years, 40 years, and all the ones that we have come for the last at least about 10 years minimum. So therefore, my request is please deny this request of any change other than R1. That's my request, because when we come from work in the evening, we go, most of us go there for a walk. Now, I am 72 years old, so I need an area near my house. I am diabetic, where I can go around and really refresh myself. And that area, when you go in the evening, you will see it full of people, children, and a lot of people also get their dogs around. So therefore, I very, very humbly suggest to deny this request. And the other thing that I wanted to suggest is that we should not leave it as it is. We should develop it a little into maybe a park, and which most of us, not only this side of the Mandera Road, but the other side of Seneca Drive, can also come over and use that area. And if you stand there in the evening, Josh has come there many times. So if you stand there, you'll see people coming from other neighborhoods to walk. So therefore, my very, very humble request is let's not change it to anything other than R1. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening, Kathy, and welcome.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Hill, and I live at 6326 Mary Jameson Street. I've been a resident in Leon Valley for about 23 years now. And I also want to encourage the council to think about the kind of neighborhood that we have in Seneca West. It is, back in that back part, a rural setting. You know, we have the Alcazars with their horses. We have at least 4 houses that are on acreage lots. What used to be back there were little farmhouses kind of out in the country. If you walk back there, you'll see crested caracara and red-shouldered hawks. The caracaras are falcons, if you didn't know that. And there's fox back there. The Hendricks have an urban wildlife habitat in their yard. So I'd ask you to think about the character of the neighborhood and preserve the character of the neighborhood. This is a well-established neighborhood. We don't have a lot of excess land left, so don't change it so drastically that we strip away what is really unique and valuable about our community. Keep that sense of community, keep that rural feel back there, and I'm sure that we would be able to find people who would want to live in such a setting. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening and welcome. If you'll state your name and where you reside, please.
Yeah, well, my name is Michael Crabtree. I'm representing my mother. She lives on 5911 Rimkus Drive. And what I would suggest and offer is for you to go to Rimkus Drive, 5911, and stand in the street and look at that property. You can see all of it from there, and it is just the most beautiful thing in the middle of Urbanville, right? And as a former resident, when I was going to UTSA, and now I've had to go off and make my living, I'm going to be a future resident in that same home. So I hope that you guys do something for your citizens and vote against the rezoning. But I also want to point out that I heard something that said like $500,000 has already been spent on this, and understand that the money is not easy to come by because you only get it from one people, right? The tax-paying base. But how much is it going to cost to get that light ready? I forgot the gentleman had already mentioned that. Coming here, we were 5 cars deep getting out of the neighborhood to turn left. I've been here since 1987, and you used to be able to get out 2 ways, right? Now, if you get out one way, you got to go down, turn around, then you got to come down through Bandera Road and hit that light at Quick Trip. So I just thought I'd point out that, maybe sometimes trying to regain that $500,000 might actually cost more in the long run, especially, police force, emergency services and whatnot, right? It's a beautiful older neighborhood that's in the middle of nowhere. And you mentioned something about buying an acre. You might have some people willing to step up and buy that acre, because that's a beautiful, beautiful part of town. Like many people mentioned, I've cycled back through there. I actually cut through the other neighborhood. I get on the trail that goes all the way out past UTSA. I come back from time to time, and when I have time, I drove in from Houston to attend this meeting on behalf of my mother, who has a hard time getting around, but she's been with the city in Leon Valley since 1987, and it's a beautiful little home. And I think that the neighborhood, in any neighborhood, you don't go smaller as you go deeper. Typically, the deeper homes are always the nicer homes, and you're going to create a lot of traffic past the bigger homes, for lack of a better phrase, the bigger plots and stuff like that. The garden homes on the outside there, that's standard, right? And they come in and out, and you're putting more people near the exit, but not deep, where the people with the better property and stuff like that are going to be forced to deal with the extra traffic. I appreciate your time, and I hope, like I said, I hope you do the right thing and do not rezone this to R6. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Crabtree. Okay. Good evening, Laura, and welcome.
Laura Cardenas. I live at 5903 Seneca and William Rancher. I've lived here since 1974, and I've been fighting this since 1974. and I will continue to fight for it, against it. Abe made the comment that I had said last week that quality of life is paramount. It's important to us. We've been through a pandemic. We closed ourselves off. We became isolated, and now we are beginning to live again. We don't want to live with R6. We don't want to live with cars parked out on the street because they have 3 teenage kids that each have a car. There's not going to be just 1 car or 2 cars. There's going to be more than 2 cars in on those properties. I'm against it. I think the $500,000 that Leon Valley spent is a drop in the bucket. It really is. For what we have there right now, you need to keep your citizens safe, which I moved here for safety. I moved here for good schools, Northside, which my daughter was educated at. This is what we wanted. This is what we chose. We wanted a country kind of life. I am totally against it, and they'll have to wheel me in the next time, I'm sure, because I'm not moving from my house until they take me out. Feet first. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cardenas. Good evening and welcome. If you'll state your name and where you reside, please.
I'm Cynthia Hernandez, and I live, or I'm one of the owners of 6406 and 6402 William Rancher Road. So I think why people bring the illustration of like the animals and the trees is because it kind of feels like canary in the coal mine. We know as these things are reduced, quality of life does shift. And I think one of the statements that was made last time was like, well, we don't really care what happens to it, but I really want to advocate for you guys to care. And I think that's what everyone wants to do is like, we want you guys to care about what happens. This last Saturday, I think it was like some kind of earth event combating climate change, one household at a time. It's not really going to happen in this kind of situation. You're in a state that already has, like I have to figure out when I can water my lawn, because there's a finite resource of water. Our Texas grid is very, I don't know, we don't have a lot of energy. So we have, like every summer or an extreme cold comes, we have to wonder if we're going to have enough energy to sustain the houses that already exist. So I hope that I'm definitely against the R6, but I hope that in planning, there is like a mindfulness about the resources that we have, the values that are said by the committee, and I hope that those all are taken into consideration. I think that there is room to build homes on larger lots, and you guys will get your bang for your buck in a more wise way, I would say. I also want to throw out an idea that maybe not people are not too jazzed about, but this is y'all's property, like you guys really do own it. But I wonder if there's a way to have like I think about it as like a landowners association, like a way for people, like we do benefit from it being there and we don't own it and we don't pay to maintain it. So I understand that side of things, but a way for us to say, yeah, we do see value in this and keeping this in whatever way that would look like. So that's kind of what I wanted to share. Thank you guys for your time.
Ms. Hernandez, do you live in Dr. Tom's old property?
I don't know who that is, but it's 6406, 6402.
He does. Okay, because I went and drove the area yesterday, and you know, I knew him years ago. Of course, he's passed, but it's a huge lot with a house, and yeah, I just wanted to be sure.
Yeah,
I
that's us.
connected you to the property. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening. My name is Carrie Leach. This is my husband, Travis. We live on Kinman Drive next to Mr. Diaz. And so I am here to give you kind of a personal perspective of for me, I have multiple sclerosis, or MS, and my husband and I moved to Leon Valley about 7 years ago. And we chose this community for a number of reasons. We were looking for a place that's close to the medical center for treatment, to the airport for us to access travel that I've needed to make for a family to come and visit. And as you know, or might not know, MS is a progressive disease. And so things have changed over the years, but it's been very helpful for us and for me personally to be able to access this undeveloped area and the loop through our neighborhood. I don't have to load up my bicycle or my mobility device into the car, drive across Bandera to the park, or go access one of the Leon Creek trailheads. So we are here to respectfully ask that you leave this area zoned as R1 and consider some of the impacts of a change to R6, what it would have on people like me in the community.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate those words. Yes, Dr. Caldera.
So I just want to address a couple of items that were mentioned this evening. So if this property was developed by a developer, they would have to comply with all the codes and ordinances illustrated for that particular zoning district. So they would have to do a traffic impact analysis study, and anything that came out of that traffic impact, they would have to put in those improvements. So if it was determined that a light was needed, additional lane was needed, that would be something that they would have to do. So that's part of the developer's responsibility. The same thing with any streets that need to be put in, they have to put them in. The infrastructure for utilities, they have to put all the infrastructure in. If the city were to make that property 1 acre lots and try to sell them, so we then become the developer, which cities aren't typically in that kind of business, but we would have to segregate 1 acre lots, then we would be responsible for putting in all that infrastructure. We can't afford to put in new streets and new infrastructure. And so that's why we hold out for a developer to come in to be able to put those improvements in on a property. So if you're looking at developing this property into 1 acre lots. Now, if you do develop into 1 acre lots, then people can't trespass on those 1 acre lots. So you're not gonna have that loop that people are talking about that they go around. But you could require a developer to put in a walking trail around the property. So so that way we're clear on that. If you want to leave it undeveloped, you're certainly willing to leave it that way as well. The other thing is, we are required to do the flood project. That was part of the settlement agreement attached to that, and the county is helping us with that. People were talking about maybe other revenue sources, so I'd like to remind y'all as well, y'all are looking at removing your red light camera. And so with that, those funds going away, y'all reduce property taxes as well. You have asked me and the city staff to look at other revenue sources. And so this is one attempt at looking at other revenue sources. You're going to have to figure out a way to fund at least 5 patrol positions, if not more, once the red light camera funds go away and we reduce property taxes this year. So you can't have 41 officers continue to fund that and all the other additional services without looking at other funding sources. I'm not saying that this is the way necessarily to do it, but this is my attempt at taking a look at ad valorem tax coming in, the improvements to the properties being made there to be able to continue to sustain current services. And so I just want to bring that to y'all's attention. You know, you're looking at removing money from the budget as well, and so we have to look at how we're going to be able to replicate that.
Okay, let me finish the public hearing, please, and then
sure.
we'll go back to the comments from the council. Unless there's no one else, I do have Ms. Leach and her husband were the last ones to have spoken. So if there's anyone else, and then we'll open it up for the council. Okay. All right, Mr. Russell. Hernandez.
And I live at 6406 William Rancher and 6402 William Rancher. Yeah, we really enjoy it as natural area. Certainly if that's what it's able to maintain as, great. That's wonderful. We originally were renting in the Garden Home neighborhood, kind of adjacent to the Ridge, and we found it to be very tight-knit space living in a garden home, and we're really grateful to have the Leon Ridge Valley Park there available, plus the nature area to sort of be an escape from our small lot. So we definitely kind of feel for the people who are living in the large garden home neighborhood just on the other side of the park. We really feel like it's important to advocate on their behalf, since maybe they don't have as much of a say in this process, because we know they really need kind of the expanded space that we're talking about. Now, maybe there's just a need to, again, expand revenues for the city. There's probably a way to still do that through this project. Not everywhere is or daily used by us who are walking around the loop, but I realize the challenge is if you do build more housing, it's going to cause more traffic, it's going to be less convenient, there might need to be a little more investment in actual walking trail space. I do think that there's ways to do that. We lived in the Terabella neighborhood in Stone Oak, and I think if you look at the design of it, there is a very nature area, a good nature area where wildlife thrive, but then also there are some human comforts that are built into it, and there is a very natural walking trail that is also part of that. If something has to happen, I do think there are ways to go about it to where there is some preservation of the natural area, while at the same time maybe building some housing. It just has to be done tactfully. Right now, just sort of looking at the overall area, the kind of area south of Samaritan Drive is probably the most out of the way location right now that people just aren't using, aren't going in that space. So it might be a good spot to develop, but it's just a matter of how you're going to navigate the traffic that is increased in that space. There's ways to do it. I think that everyone here sees a lot of value and is willing to help partner in strategizing how do we help the city overall while at the same time maintain what we enjoy.
Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate those comments. Yes. Oh. Let's see.
He already spoke.
Did he use his 3 minutes?
Yes, ma'am.
He used his 3 minutes?
Yes, he had like 10 seconds left.
Okay. Yeah.
Can I get half a minute? Just to emphasize one point.
Okay, without objection? All right, go ahead. Just keep it really quick, please. Thank you.
All I want to emphasize is that there's an emphasis on revenue. Every organization does a cost analysis, and they want to, drive down their cost centers. I think maybe we need to do that in order to not only emphasize on the revenues, but let's not take this as a revenue and a kind of an excuse, oh, our revenue is going down or it is being blocked. No, let's do a cost analysis and see if we can save somewhere else. I don't think with the present revenue we are bad.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Okay. Anyone else? I'm going to close the public hearing, and that'll be it for the public comment. So let's be sure everybody has had their piece. Okay. Yes, just email them. You bet. There will not be a vote tonight. This is a first read, and according to our Homeworld Charter, we have to listen and get the information on the first read, and then we approve it on the second read or not approve it. But we take action the second. But again, if we do the expanded notification, I'm not sure how that's going to play out. It might not be for some time down the road. So just wanted to let y'all know that. Okay, so if I don't see anyone else, then I will close the public hearing at 7:23. And Dr. Cardera, I know you and I have talked about this. I thought the RE1 was a really great compromise because I've been in this seat for a long time, and I've sat through many of those R6, and I told my colleagues, I can tell you this is a very passionate neighborhood, and we have never approved the R6 as requested. But would you explain to me, because as you explained to me, why can't we do RE1? I'm like you. I'd love to have a huge 1 acre plot or even half acre plot if we could but it's the cost. And I don't know what that cost is, but apparently, because remember, this is undeveloped. There's no roads, there's no sewers, there's no water mains, there's nothing. And so that cost has to go into the cost of added on top of your house. So go ahead, Dr. Caldera, because you and I have talked about this
At length.
a lot.
Right. So everybody brings up Monty Robles as an example of people wanting to.
Thank you.
As an example of people will buy 1 acre plus lots. I'm not in disagreement that people would not purchase 1+ acre lots. The problem is getting those lots developed. The city cannot afford to develop 1 acre lots. So we would need a developer to come in to develop those 1 acre lots. This land has been zoned RE1 since 2017. No developer has expressed any interest in developing 1 acre lots in inner city Leon Valley whatsoever. They haven't come forward. We haven't gotten proposals. We haven't gotten requests for anybody to do 1 acre developments in this area. My understanding from speaking with developers is that the cost ratio is just not there for them. They would have to put in all the infrastructure, then try to sell the lots for over $1+ million in order for them to recoup their costs in that development. And so they just don't think that those lots are profitable or advantageous for them. They'll make more money off of R6 development. So I don't know if that answers your question.
I just wanted you to share that because it's again, I'm like you all. I think those would be wonderful, but you're saying it's cost prohibitive.
Correct. And so, and just for the community, we didn't go out and reach out to these developers to do R6. We didn't go out. We've been approached by different developers to try to develop this particular piece of property. And so what we were getting back is that RE1 is just not a zoning district that they are willing to develop. And so that's where we're sitting, and that's why I brought it forward as to open up the conversation with the community and with the council so we can have an open dialogue. And if the community and the council decide they want to leave it RE1, we can so choose to do that. I mean, y'all have the privilege to be able to do that.
Okay. All right, I'm going to start with Mr. Bradshaw because you had your hand up first. Good evening.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for starting the conversation.
So I do have a question, and I have some comments as well. But so I wasn't here. I moved to Leon Valley about 7 or 8 years ago, just like the citizens over here. So and just for some of the background, I appreciate the presentation that Mindy gave about the history of the property. But what's missing was the lawsuit information, and I don't need the details. I don't want to get into all that, but like the city had to buy this property as a part of a lawsuit, right? Excuse me. So it was a developer that owned the property, and something happened, and the city ended up buying the property. The question I have is, what was the original intent? What was the developer trying to do then? Were they building R6 townhomes? Were they building single-family homes?
So I can give just a little bit of a background, and maybe the mayor can jump in and correct me if I provide any misinformation, or even Ms. Alcacer, because she was involved.
Right.
But essentially, my understanding is a previous city manager and some city staff moved some dirt and caused some drainage and flooding to happen or occur on that property, and that property became undevelopable. And there was some dumping, and they covered the dump stuff with dirt, and that caused even more problems. And so they blamed the city, they blamed some of the property owners, and so we were all sued. And so as part of that, we expressed some wrongdoing, right? And so we go into mediation, that's what happens. And so we all decide that that property isn't developable. We weren't changing the zoning. If you look at what it was zoned, because at one point it was zoned R1, and I mean, there was a lot of things involved in that. But the main thing was the drainage situation, and so we decided to buy the property for the $500,000, and then the other people.
Okay, so it made the property undevelopable because of the drainage issues and stuff that were caused.
And so part of the settlement was doing
what was their intent? Were they trying to build?
Correct. They were trying to build a development, an R1. Eventually try to
build
develop
R1,
R1, but it kept getting turned down over and over and
R6.
over again. The R6.
R6 or R7 was one proposal.
And so there was one proposal that almost went through, which was a townhome with a buffer. So it was an R1 surrounding on the outside with townhomes in the middle, and that's the one that got the closest. But then there was drainage and issues on the property that was caused by the city, caused by some of the residents. And so then when the zoning didn't go through and the drainage didn't happen, then we were turned around and sued for a variety, I mean, they had a variety of reasons, but the main thing was the drainage. And so part of that settlement was that we would fix the flood issue, which we're doing now. We're in the process of fixing the flood, and that we would purchase the property for $500,000.
Gotcha.
So we're fixing the flooding and we purchased the property for $500,000.
Okay, gotcha. So thank you for that background. So in full disclosure, I just want to let the citizens know also, I do live in Monty Robles Park, which is by Marshall High School, and mostly 1 acre lots there. And again, these lots were there, developed, there's new houses being built as well, a few empty lots, but they were before Leon Valley even existed. They joined Leon Valley. And because of the school.
In 81.
What's that?
1981.
In 1981.
Yeah, right.
Okay, then we were annexed to Leon Valley. So, but anyway, we don't have a park per se, but that being said, we have tons of deer, owls, hawks, skunks, raccoons, right, that live in these around in the neighborhood. And yeah, people walk around on the road there and ride bikes and do things like that. And so I think that it could work, with these large lots. The problem is, like has been mentioned, there's no infrastructure there for building. That somebody's going to have to come in and put sewer and all the power and all the water and all the stuff that's needed to support these. And so unless some, super millionaire comes in and buys all these lots and builds this place, then that's the issue with it. So when you talk about I'd buy a lot, okay, you could buy a lot. We could sell a parcel amount for $100,000 a piece or something, but that's just scratching the surface of what it's going to cost to build there and to do everything that's needed to be able to build a house on that raw property. So that's my issue with it. I think R6, obviously, I kind of agree with the citizens here. The density of it would be too much, but R1 seems to make most sense. I don't know if a developer would look at that, to build there. So that's my thoughts.
But you're saying, Dr. Caldera, that ever since we designated it RE1, we haven't had any proposals at all.
Sorry, so there's other issues with the RE1 designation,
Yeah.
Mayor, because I was sitting here
Right.
going when they were doing that. There's restrictions on it that you can't build 25 feet from any direction of your property.
I mean, there's a lot of
Right.
regulations.
There's all these regulations that almost make it undevelopable as is, like you limits so much. So
And I think that was the
That's
point.
another-
I mean, I think that they try to make it prohibitive as part of the compromise to designate it
Right.
as a zoning district. And that's why I wanted to take a feel, if the community still wants to leave it as is, then just leave it RE1 with the restrictions that won't be developed. And then maybe sometime during the future, there could be some sort of compromise on some sort of development there later. Your parkland ratio for a city of 3.5 square miles is astronomical. You have a ton of quality of life that you support off the tax rolls that we have to maintain, and you continue to increase parkland without increasing your public works staff. They've already told me they are done. Like, they would need to add additional staff if we're gonna pick up any additional parkland, because they're already having trouble maintaining what we currently have. And we're getting ready to pick up the LC-17 that we're gonna have to be able to maintain. So I want you to be aware of that as well.
Okay, what about R1?
I don't know if R1 would be developable. I mean, you can certainly test the waters with that.
Okay,
I don't know.
Okay.
I haven't seen it. It's not, right now, the climate of developers is high density.
Right.
That's just what you're seeing
I know.
everywhere. But I don't know if somebody would come in and do an R1.
All right, thank you. Mr. Orozco, do you have a question or comment?
I was going to wait for my colleagues, but I can go ahead and go.
Okay.
In 1994, 95, when I was looking to move into Leon Valley, we looked around Leon Valley, and one of the places that was being developed was Pavona Place, or at least put in the books. And there was strong opposition to that. And luckily enough, council at the time authorized the zoning, and now we got 125 homes there. The Department of Public Safety is right there in the corner of Evers and Huebner, also got strong opposition as far as being developed there, and they've been good neighbors. The triangle right there in Seneca and Evers has also been given strong opposition, but I believe that it's going to be good. And where I'm going with this is that, unfortunately, development is going to be the nature of the beast. That's just the way it's going to be. I can almost tell you that, whether it gets approved by this council or not, or the next council. I believe that it'll be financially advantageous, despite the fact that we may have to get additional police or fire to take care of the citizens that are in that area. But I still think that it'll be financially advantageous for us to go to R6. But a key word that the city manager had indicated about testing the waters, I don't have any opposition as far as testing the waters to see if there's a developer that may be going with R1 and give us the same type of benefits that we would if we change to R6. I'm in favor of R6 at the moment, and that's just my opposite.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Hefner.
Mayor, the one thing I noticed as Dr. Caldera was speaking was that Ms. Alcazar raised her hand. Was there some additional information that was needed there?
Oh, certainly.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I was.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening and welcome.
Thank you. My name is Monica Alcocer. I live in the area. I was part of the lawsuit. I was part of the council that changed it. What you were presented as the reason for the lawsuit was totally mistaken. The property owners down hill, where I am one, the Hendricks are one, Kathy Larkin, who lived on the corner, the former mayor, who lived up on Rimkus, and the city were sued by an arbitrary so-called broker who had said he represented everybody for over 30 years and he couldn't sell the property. Well, it was his fault that it never sold, didn't have anything to do with the property owners or the city. The city didn't do anything to harm that property. They claimed that we sent water upstream from our property, which is lower than theirs, up to their property in the middle. None of it was true. The one part that you seem to not be considering is the part that's on the Samaritan side where the Elisondos used to live. The city did permit them to make that property, which is approximately 10 acres, a dump. That's never brought out. But the city allowed it to happen because they had no zoning restrictions for that. So in that property, which used to have a pure pecan grove, there are acres of concrete, rebar, everything that you get from other sites was dumped in the property. That property owner was paid a good deal of money for that, and it took away all the pecan trees. It set a lot of flooding for the ones of us on AIDS and into the middle of the property because the property is approximately 3 feet above where it used to be and where the water used to flow. So now it comes down Samaritan to dump onto us down below. It had nothing to do with what the city did. The city tried to use their right-of-way to do some protective measures. Mr. B was the name of the broker, and he requested the city to dump dirt on his property and then said it wasn't to be moved. He was actually taking our dirt, as it were, from our 4 acres that are in the creek when they were redeveloping the creek prior to 2017, the LC 2017. So there was no agreement in this lawsuit that the city pay for drainage. It was part of the drainage overall project recommended by zoning, along with Monty Robles and some of the other areas. And talking about a compromise, I really think if you look at the Monty Robles area, there's no developed streets. Those are almost one-way streets. There's no curbs. There's very few street lights. In this area, there is drainage, and it looks pretty pathetic now. For the past week, they have used one of the diggers that just digs out piles of trees, and they've gone way beyond the barriers already that they were supposed to stay within those limits. So it doesn't already looks bad, and all the majority of the deer have had to move away. We would get 50 deer in our yard at night, every night, passing through grazing. But anyway, just to let you know, that was not it. Plus, yes, 5 of us through our insurance companies had to make contributions. We never got a thing for it except for trying to enjoy what's there, trying to save ourselves. And yes, we're glad the drainage project is finally happening, but it's taking more than it's giving. So
thank you.
Please keep that in mind.
Appreciate those comments this evening. Thank you. All right, so then I'll go back to Mr. Hefner. Would you like to add anything?
I think Dr. Caldera addressed the question that I had, and that was around the drainage package, and that being a part of our city's obligation, regardless of zoning in this issue. So I think that addressed my question in terms of like ongoing cost. My initial thinking was, if this is a property that the citizens don't want to be developed, then do we continue putting good money after bad if that's something that's there? But if we already have an obligation to complete the drainage, then that's it's a non-relevant piece of information to this discussion. So I think Dr. Caldera answered my question.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Stevens?
Yeah, so I have several thoughts and then some questions. So I'm just having a hard time understanding Ms. Alcacer's comments regarding that the city didn't do anything to harm this property, but for some reason the council at the time voted to expend $500,000 of taxpayer monies on a piece of property that apparently is a dump that has flooding problems, that the value should be like significantly below market value. If all that is true, if you're packaging it together, then I don't understand. If the city never did anything wrong, we would have never paid, or we should have never paid $500,000 of all of the taxpayers' money to purchase a piece of property. So that's just my thoughts on that. But so I am curious, and we have the map up right here. Do you know where the closest hydrant is?
Ooh, I don't. Chief? Yeah. There you go.
I don't. And then my other question is: do the residences that that are inside that block, as well as like the Alcacer's residence and the ones around that, are they connected to the city sewer, or are they on a septic?
I don't. They would have. I don't know the answer to that. What's the closest fire hydrant?
To what location?
To
the whole.
Or what's the farthest one out on if you're headed back down Seneca?
Back down Seneca.
Yeah, toward AIDS.
Towards the back of the property. Away from Bandera. Right?
I think there's one in that cul-de-sac.
You have one on, you have 2 on Samaritan, you have 1 on AIDS, you have 1 on AIDS.
So we already have water.
Seneca, you have 1 on William Rancher and Grass Hill surrounding that property. Nothing at the end of AIDS.
Okay.
In that lot where the streets are, where Samaritan goes around, there's 5 fire hydrants that touch that property.
Okay.
Very interesting. So what that means, and correct me if I'm wrong, but if I'm interpreting this correctly, that means essentially the city already has a water main that encircles that property.
Yeah, we have some utility stuff there, but we don't have, I don't think sewers out there yet. I'd have to ask with Melindo. In our conversations, like if you're building the lots, you have to take them to each of the lots. So if we put in 1 acre lots, if we replatted this 21 acres into 1 acre lots, we would have to put the rest of the utilities in. So
right.
The water mains are there, just the main, and then the developer comes in and makes the connections to each of the lots. They
Right.
bring the rest of the sewer from where the closest one to the city is, to that property. And so this 21 acres doesn't have a bunch of water lines going through it. You're gonna have to take the water line from Samaritan or wherever the closest one is to each of those lots, whether they're 1 acre lots or,
So can you pull up the image that I just emailed you? So this is very bad coloring here, but and I didn't use the plats that used to exist, but so I don't really buy that we need. I don't understand why the city can't plat this land and sell it we already have water, with the exception of, down down AIDS. Yeah, there you go. And so we already have water for most of this. The sewer we could build into the cost, and then I don't understand what of course no developer is going to want this because there's not a huge enough margin, but why can the city not plat it out, something like this, 2 acre lots, whatever, and where we have an open bid where people come and bid, and hey, if you buy the property, you're going to have to pay to connect to the sewer. So, hopefully you get the property that's closer to the existing sewer so you don't have to put as much infrastructure in, but if you're bidding, so obviously the properties that are farther away from our sewer connection are going to probably be less value because they're going to cost more to add the infrastructure to. But yeah, we aren't going to get a developer to come in and sell 8 lots if it was according to this diagram. And so I don't understand why the city can't, because that's it seems to me like we'll probably be able to recoup, maybe not everything, the millions we've spent on the drainage, but at least what we've invested in, into the original buying of the property. You'll have it a natural area pretty much like Monty Robles. It sounds like there's multiple people in the audience that would even be interested in probably bidding on a vacant lot that they could, build on. And it just seems like a win-win-win all the way around. And the one constraint that we're having is that we somehow need a developer.
well, because you're also gonna have to pay for roads. I mean, you
What
can't.
roads do you need?
There's no roads, there's dirt roads off of AIDS, you need another entry point out there.
Well, I don't understand.
There's not
Roads.
hold on, let me see.
Roads to the
So like there's a
property, I
road
guess.
all the way around the
Some
rectangle.
of those are dirt roads, some of those are not.
I thought it was paved all the way around the rectangle.
Well,
Grass
William
Hill
Rancher is,
Seneca
and Samaritan is, and AIDS is.
Right, but the
Grass
road's
Hill
going
is.
in for the one, so the road, so if you set up 1 acre lots, you need a road to get to your 1 acre lot.
But that's why.
You have to put
that's
in the 1 acre lot.
So
have
if
to
you
put in
pull
the
up the drawing again, so most of these lots, so there is an exception. So I understand down AIDS Drive, what we would have to pave, right? Okay. But for the rest of it, it's already paved. And so their ingress and egress to the property would be from the road that exists, so Samaritan's Drive, or the ones that are on the corner could choose either. And then they do their own driveway, just like the people did in Monty Robles. And I believe when the city came in and required sewer in the Monty Robles neighborhood, that everybody had to pay like their proportion based on their linear feet or whatever.
Yeah, you can have them put in their own sidewalks and their own driveways, and they do all of that. My concern is investing more money into a property. You're still going to have them upset because they can't, now it becomes trespassing because they're not going to be able to walk around that area.
Well, that's not true. This is a public road, and it will remain a public road.
But they're talking about, they walk on the, they walk
through the property.
So,
Around the rectangle. That's what I've seen, y'all.
Okay, on the road, okay.
so I had this conversation with Melinda. We think we can make them into 1 acre. She can come in, we can replat it, 1 acre lots, and be able to do that. I just think you're gonna need.
I'm not saying 1 acre lots. This is not 1 acre lots.
Oh, I don't know what
this is like probably 2 to 3, maybe the back one's probably more like 6. But yeah, and I think that's important because if you do try to maximize it, then you're going to have more problems with infrastructure. You're going to probably need more access. But if it's 8 residences, then I see the city would have to invest in the extension of the road, like 300 yards of road. So what's that, $50,000 maybe? And then we would require everybody to connect themselves to the city sewer. The water already exists with the exception of where we're going to put the road. So that, that's
Why don't
probably
I give y'all
100
a
or
cost?
200,000.
I don't like to tell you the cost that you're saying is correct, and then y'all make a vote tonight to do something this way. If this is something that you want to do, because you're going to need engineering costs, that's going to cost you money. There's drainage issues out there already, and we're already putting in drainage. So is there a drainage, because you're doing 1 acre lots, are there other drainage issues that we need to take a look at? Do you want to adhere to the RE1 standards with all the regulations for RE1? And so if that's the case, then I need...
So if we plat it, why do we need to engineer it? Well, we need to survey it.
We need to survey it, but
That's no longer going to be our property.
I'm saying once you put in we're putting in drainage over there. And so you plat the property, but if we sell a property was supposed to be, like, if they're going to build R6, they have drainage that comes along with it. They put in a detention pond. So it won't be natural anymore. You're going to have to clear cut. People are going to cut their grass. People are going to put pavement on their grass. They're going to want roundabout driveways, regular driveways. There's going to be water runoff. I mean, it's not, so you're looking at something that's a future development.
But again, that's not our cost. We're platting it and we're selling the land as is the way I look at it.
Okay, so if that's something you're interested in, I can get with Melinda and see how much it would cost to plat it, put in the roads that need to put in, and the required infrastructure that we need to go.
Yeah, so I guess in my conclusion here, because I don't want to take up any more time, but I'm hearing from the residents that definitely a hard no to R6. Some people are okay with the larger lots. I think that's the compromise. Some people want it to stay as parkland, which is really unfair to the rest of the citizenry, because frankly, we're spending like $2-point-something million on fixing the drainage. Generally, parks are in an area where flooding occurs. That's why they're turned into parks. And so for us to spend $2 million on a piece of land to improve the drainage so it's habitable, and then to just use it as a park. Now, that being said, I'm okay with leaving a portion of it as a park, or multiple areas where there's more of a natural area that the city continues to own. But I think something like this is probably the compromise. I just hope, my hope is to, instead of saying that we have to have a developer, that we really analyze and try to minimize our infrastructure costs, and just say, if you're going to purchase a parcel of land, that, hey, you're going to be paying for everything.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. I thought that I heard most of the residents say natural versus a park, and that's a big distinction, because a park needs to be maintained, natural area does not.
Well, the problem is we just had half that 5 acres of it catch on fire because you had a huge homeless camp. They say, so we have to go. We took us 3 days to clean that homeless camp out of there, and so you do have some problems back there. I'm all for coming for.
It's more minimal than a park per se.
Natural area
correct?
is more minimal than a park. Yes,
that's what
absolutely.
I'm saying. But I just wanted to make that distinction. Thank you. All right, Mr. Martinez, you're next.
Okay, I've got mixed feelings about this property. I have a feeling, whether it's today, tomorrow, 5 years, 20 years from now, that property will be developed somehow. Now, I would think we should come up with some kind of a compromise. I don't think RE1 is the answer. Just imagine if it cost $5 million to put in the infrastructure, and we have there's 21 parcels if we're 1 acre parcels, so there's 21 houses that could be built there. How much would you have to pay for that house? Over $1 million for that house. So you add on $5 million to the price of that house divided by 21. So now you're looking at, anybody that's going to buy a house is going to spend $2 million for that house. Who is going to build a $2 million house in Leon Valley? I think a compromise would be the way to go, and maybe RE1 around it, and then maybe R6 in the middle, or maybe not even R6, maybe something, townhomes or small, lower density. But I think we need to come up with some kind of a compromise. Right now, I don't think we have the answers to even make an intelligent decision on what needs to be done there.
So
I think we really need to get a little more information and find out exactly if we were to, let's say, put R1 in there, what kind of infrastructure it's going to cost. If we were to put in R6, what kind of infrastructure is it going to take? If we put in some other type of different type of density, what kind of infrastructure is it going to take? Right now, we don't have any of those answers. So, in my opinion, before we can make an intelligent decision, we really need a lot more information. And you know, one thing we have to look at is, I don't think for a city our size, you know, we have a full service city. We're not like some of these other cities that outsource their fire department or outsource the EMS. We have our own water system. We have our own fire. We have our own police. We have our own public works. We are a self-contained city where some of the other suburban cities don't have that kind of infrastructure. Now, we have been, and I think this is where we have run into some problems, I think we need more employees. I'm sure Melinda would love it if she even had a couple more employees. Stop and think about this. Look at our city. We want to make our city better. Have you driven by the monuments? They have the pavers. There's grass growing in between the pavers. Look at the flyover. There's weeds growing along the flyover. How do we make our city look beautiful? How do we do things? You know, I think we need to do things to really harp on our city and bring things here. We have an aquarium. We have a soccer field. We have our park. We have the Onion House. People don't know it. Northside has a museum at the school here, at the old school. How many people even know that we have a museum in Leon Valley? There's things that we really need to do to start rah-rahing our city. And, you know, little by little, we're going to need more money for more infrastructure, more money for even to keep our city afloat.
Okay.
So thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So just for clarification, so the only kind of solid compromise I heard this evening was from Councilor Stevens and looking at the city plat the land into larger plats. And so if that's something the council's interested in, I can bring you back a cost. The other thing I did hear from the council is a possible expanded notification. Is that something y'all are interested in? But I don't want to do the expanded notification. If y'all aren't interested at all in the R6, we can just move on, not do an expanded notification, and move towards something that Councilor Stevens.
I support Mr. Stevens' vision because I think it's a compromise. And Mr. Hefner has asked to speak, so let me ask him and then Mr. Bradshaw. But anyway, I mean, that's what we need to do rather than R6.
Yeah, I think the other item that was brought up by one of the citizens, I think in my notes, was Ms. Hernandez. So apologies if I got that wrong. But one of the suggestions was like a landowner's covenant or something of the like. And so I think many times we tend in our society today to go and look and say government needs to do something for us. You know, I think that this is an issue that could very easily be resolved privately. And if there are interested citizens who want to put together a proposal package and make an offer to the city for this piece of property, I think that's a great idea. And I think just like we've done in other parts of the city, you know, you can develop a covenant that says, you know, if you own the property that's a part of this covenant, it can attach to your property, so it can actually add value to your home. And then when you sell, like let's say someone sells a property because a family member passed away or whatever, then part of that land ownership goes along with the property you currently own. So I like those kinds of creative solutions over just you know, kind of what we tend to be is like one polar opposite or the other, either do nothing or do something or be very aggressive with it. So I certainly would encourage citizens, if that's something you're interested in, it looks like you guys have got a meeting already together tonight. So, connect and see if that's something that's viable. And I think, Dr. Caldera, in terms of like what options we might consider, looking at who other buyers apart from developers might be, and if that's something that's realistic and could come to fruition, then I would like to explore an option like that. But kind of to the mayor's point, like, we've had this property sitting here for 6 years, zoned as RE1, and we've not had anyone approach us. I understand the citizens aren't interested in R6, so what is a compromise if it's zoned RE1 right now, correct?
So we come back with is something similar. I'd have Melinda take a look. I don't know if it'd be exactly the way Councilor Stevens has it platted out, but I would sit down with her and just take a look at breaking it down into RE1, so like 1 acre lots, maybe a couple of 2 acre lots back there, and bringing y'all back instead of, we replatted that property as one plat to sell it as one
That was
plat.
going to be my next
So
question.
then we would have to sell we'd have to list each individual plat, so you could end up keeping some of those plats like you never sell them. You can sell some of them as you sell them. But I want to bring you back. I don't want to just tell you it's going to cost a lot for infrastructure.
Right.
I just didn't want to invest even a penny more into this property if we were going to continue to have, if any development was going to cause opposition.
Right.
So I didn't want to spend money on a street, even if it was $50,000 on a street. Because if the goal was to leave it untouched, then leave it RE1, leave it untouched. I just didn't want to continue to sink funds into this property because it's already tax exempt. It's already on our tax rolls, we own it. And so if we're going to put in streets, if we're going to put in, start connecting the utilities, when the chief came over, that's what he's telling me, the poles for CPS are back there, so I'm not too worried about the electrical, and CPS handles that utility. When I talk about utilities, I'm talking about the water and the sewer portion of it. And I don't know how much that would cost to take it to each of those lots. And if it's going to be the responsibility of the property owner to bring it in to that lot, like if that's going to be their requirement, then we would have to put that in as a.
And so that you kind of touched on something that I was also going to allude to is not a month ago, right? We just replatted this property.
Yeah,
we had many lots that were
little, like
right,
pieces,
1 acre piece of lots, right, all over the place. And so we kind of unified the platting of this property. And I think when we think about then subdividing the property into, if it's 8 2-acre lots and then one big one on the back that's a dump, like whatever that looks like, that's additional time and effort that the city's putting in. But if, let's say we did that and we said we're going to put 8 pieces of property that are 2.5 acres apiece up for sale, like any development, the most desirable lots will go first, right? And so there would be a purchasing process. But then each individual piece of property would have its own development rules, right? And there would be really no unified approach to this. If they were purchased by, like, let's say 10 different owners.
Right. I mean, they would fall still under whatever it's zoned. So we're RE1. So whatever requirements fall under RE1, and then they would come for variances just like anybody else, like whatever they're coming for. They would have to get building permits and follow all of that. Yeah. So I'm hearing a consensus. We're not gonna bring back the R6 as a second read. So I don't know, Nicole, do they have to vote on just tabling this item indefinitely because they don't want to consider R6? Or what do they have to do, or just let it go and not bring it back as a second read?
Or an amendment?
I think you should table it rather than have it come back if you know that you don't want to vote on it.
Okay. Yes, Councilor Bradshaw.
So before I'll make a motion, but before that, so I did have another thing we talked about with the options, right? I was against the R6, but I was considering just R1 to see if there was any other interest in that.
Yeah.
So, and I like Councilor Stevens' idea as well as exploring that idea, but I think our RE1 ordinance would have to be revised to make it buildable, make it useful. But with that, I would like to make a motion we just table this agenda item of making R6.
All right. We'll have some other discussion for them. There's a motion by Councilor Bradshaw and a second by Councilor Martinez to table this item indefinitely. Any further discussion? And yes, I do. Dr. Caldera, does that now mean that the city will be the developer?
in essence, yes. I mean, you'd be developing these, or not developing them because you're not putting
But I
anything
mean,
on them.
we'd
but
be
we're
in
gonna
charge of,
platting how the layout is going to be of this particular area. And so Melinda and I will get together and try to section off something similar to what Councilor Stevens.
but I mean, I
presented
think
this
the
evening.
residents would much rather have, 8 to 10 homes than 167 homes with cars, right? Is that what yeah, they're all saying, yeah. So I think that's what and I appreciate it, Mr. Stevens, for thinking outside the box. Really appreciate that. And yes, okay, we still have discussion. Mr. Stevens and then Mr. Orozco, thank you.
So I definitely concur with Will. I think the RE1 restrictions. So if we do choose to go something like this route, or where the city, I don't think we should firmly say the city's the developer until we completely analyze like the cost analysis.
I need to bring that
and
back because
see
I don't know what that's going to
if there's because there may be like an agent that may not be like well, we already have, I guess, an agent, but like a there's probably another, solution for the actual like platting process and bidding and all that as well. But I just didn't want to get so fixated. I think this needs to go back and, we need to just go back to the drawing board really and kind of think about it. We've heard from the citizens. I think that was our goal with having this.
That was our goal today. So thank you.
So, yeah.
Yes, Councilor Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. I was pretty going with the way Councilman Stevens was going. I'm okay with testing the waters. I definitely want to see what we can work something out with the citizens and come to. I don't believe that R6 should be taken off the table completely. It still can be an option. I just think that we're making this too cumbersome and overthinking this. But I agree with Councilor Bradshaw, and I think we should table this until we research it further.
Okay, so let's take the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. All right, thank you all very much for being here this evening. It was a great conversation, and thank you for being so respectful to one another. This was a really great public hearing. Thank you. In my estimation. Yes, let's give everybody a clap. Yeah, I thought it was really good. You bet. Good evening. Thank y'all for coming. We'll see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you. You have a good night.
Okay, yes, Dr.
I do
Caldera.
want to do the budget item next because Ms.
Yes,
Wallace is
that
here.
is the next one. Yeah.
However, I do have somebody here from the Lyft organization. Y'all requested them here, and so I would hate for her to continue to wait.
We put them first on the regular agenda, thinking that we could get to them quicker. So is there, without objection, may I please move 8.1 next? Okay, thank y'all. Really appreciate it. We don't need to take a vote. So let me go ahead and move 8.1 next. Under the regular agenda, continued presentation, discussion, and possible action on an ordinance authorizing the city manager to enter into an agreement between the City of Leon Valley and Lyft Fund to administer a 0% interest loan program to local businesses. And this is our first reading as required by the city charter.
Point of order, Mayor. I believe this is the second reading, is it not? Did we not have a first reading at the last meeting?
No, so it was direction,
Just a
whether or not you
direction.
wanted
Understood.
to do this, if you wanted to do
It was
a
like how
rotating
much
loan.
money, yeah.
So this is the way y'all wanted it done.
Thank you.
Right. Okay, thank you. We have Mr. Salinas, our director. Excuse me. We're in session, please. We have Mr. Salinas, our director of economic development, who's here this evening to present. Welcome.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
So we're going to basically do a first reading of this bill, of this ordinance, and then we're also going to come back and do some follow-up questions the Council had from our last meeting. So the program has not changed in itself. We are still doing a 0% interest loan. The amount has changed. We have reduced it from $250,000 to $150,000. It will come out of economic development funds, and we will not touch any ARPA funds. And we are going to present the questions we asked to the Lift Fund people and prepare the answers that you had, the answers that we had from them. So the first question we had was if we could reduce the program from 250, how would that look? Lift Fund has told us that the minimum they would take is 100,000. They've also given us some feedback based on their experience that last year San Antonio did a $500,000 plan and they were done with the program in almost 2 months. So that's the reason why they decided to kind of stick with the 250 is a good idea. But based on council feedback, we had reduced it to 150,000. Another question we had from council was what happens when the businesses pays back the loans, right? So in the example we had last time, we had $1 million in loans available. If a business took out 100,000, what would happen to that money? Lift Fund has informed us that that money would be reduced from the total available funding. So if a business were to take up 100,000, we would subtract that from the available funds available. And we had an employment question from Councilman Stevens. Can we make employment requirements? For example, can we make the company hire one employee for every $50,000 that we give out? Lift Fund has told us that this is not enforceable. They've also told us that there's many indirect benefits to this program, and this is not something that they're willing to do, or really actually something that they can do. We had a question on the revolving loan program from Councilman Hefner. So there is an actual program. It is a revolving loan program that does exist. However, Lift Fund did not present that to us based on the factors that we gave them, which was $250,000 that came from a mixture of ED funds and ARPA funds, and the wanting to have a 0% loan fund. A revolving loan program where a business pulls money and the money goes back into the pot of money so we can reuse would require businesses to still pay interest at a discounted rate, not at 0%. So right now their rate is 7%. And they recommend that for a program like that to work, it cannot come from ARPA funds because the federal government does not allow that. Okay. And it would need to be between $750,000 to $1 million for the program to work, which is something that we just don't have available for us to put into that. The next question we have is what happens if a business defaults on a loan, and what happens to those funds? The business would default. The Lift Fund would handle all filings and all that matters that have to happen to that. The city would have no responsibility on that part. The money would be gone from the total value. So again, in the example we used last time, $1 million, if someone borrows $30,000, if they default on that loan, then that $30,000 availability is gone for any other business to grab. So that is the answer to that question.
Okay. Very good.
I have a couple more questions here just to clarify. Again, this was a question by Councilman Stevens. Can we do a, I'm sorry. Can we do a sales tax generating business only? And can we make an effort to hire employees from the city of Leon Valley? Lift Fund has told us that we can do a restriction to sales tax generated business only. It's not something that they would recommend because we would shrink the population that can actually apply for the loan, which is something that we said as well. But they are able to do that. The second part of your question is can we hire somebody from the city of Leon Valley? That is something that, again, is unenforceable just because we are kind of giving the money out before they actually make a decision to hire somebody. The last one is, or the second to last, is should a business should provide feedback, media interviews, and updates to all projects. Lift Fund says that is possible. They do follow up with the businesses. We would have some kind of conversation with them to get updates and feedback. And the last question that we have is it possible for a representative of Lift Fund to attend the next meeting? And their answer is yes. We will have somebody here, and that is who's here with us tonight.
Okay. Can you please introduce them to us? Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening and welcome. And your name?
Yes, I'm Nelly Rojas Moreno. I'm the Chief Operating and Financial Officer at Lefon. I'm also happen to be a resident of Leon Valley.
No way.
Yes, I was happy to hear all that conversation.
Uh-huh. What street do you live on?
I live at the ridge of Leon
Oh,
Valley.
the ridge.
on
Okay,
Parsley Hill.
that's fine.
So, yes.
Okay, small world.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I was happy because I know we talked a couple of times before, so I was very excited that the city is interested in doing this.
Okay,
program.
very good. Thank you. All right, so.
So based on the questions and answers we got from Lift Fund, we think that we can do a program for $150,000, generating about $600,000 of loans availability to businesses. It would come from our current ED fund balance. You can see our simple math brings down our fund balance to $450,000, and it is at discretion of the council. If you have questions for us, for me, please feel free to ask. If you have questions for Lift Fund, she is here to answer any questions that you all may have as well.
Okay, so let's open up the dialogue. Mr. Martinez, you're first.
Okay, my question is, okay, we fund $150,000. Okay, businesses. What are the term of most businesses, our loans? Are they like 5-year, 2-year? What are the terms?
It varies, but I can have her answer that if you wish.
What is in the general term?
Varies from 24 months to 10 years. Normally, when we have buy downs, we sometimes restrict it to 72 months so that we don't buy too much of that interest, which is the program that you are considering today. But it's based on the purpose of the loan. So it's like, if it is for buying equipment, it's a longer term. If it is for working capital, it's a shorter term that we offer, and we follow those rules. In average, it's somewhere between 36 and 42 months what we see, because a lot of the loans end up being for working capital.
Okay, so if we put in, let's say, $150,000, and a business comes in and they say they need $10,000, more than likely that's going to be a 2-year payoff. What happens to that money? Does the money go back into the same fund? So that $10,000 is available to some other entity?
So the program that we are presenting for you today, it's a buy-down program. It's an interest buy-down program. So this means that if somebody comes and wants a $10,000 loan, Lefon will come up with the $10,000 to do the loan, and the money to buy down the interest to 0% will come from that $150. I'm estimating about $2,500 gets allocated from the $150 to be used to cover the interest for that particular loan. So it goes straight to cover the individual loan. Lefon will do the $10,000 capital that we need to do for funding the loan. Does that explain?
So what happens to, okay, so any money that's left, is that returned back into the pool so somebody else can borrow money on that?
We will draw as the loans get closed. Since it is to buy down the interest, once we apply it to the particular loan, it does not revolve. So once we use it, so like once we use the $150,000, that's it. Like we already apply it because it's to cover specifically the interest costs for the individuals. What revolves is the principal of the loan, which in this case, Lefon is doing the investment for the actual loan.
Okay.
So
So we're just paying the interest. That's all we're doing is
just paying the interest.
Lift Fund the interest money.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hefner?
Yeah, so my understanding is there are 2 different programs that Lift Fund traditionally engages in with cities, and my understanding at first was that we were interested in a revolving program, but what I'm hearing is without a greater level of capital investment that we can't do at this point, that program is simply not available to our city. So the 0% interest loan, we're essentially subsidizing the interest for business
The
loans.
cost of capital to the business itself.
So if we're going to be introducing a subsidy to those loans, I'd like to hear more about your vetting process and how Lift Fund determines from their pool of applicants which to give loans and which not to.
That is a great question. So let me give you a little bit of, I'm going to take one step back. So whenever we have like this program, we do Left is going to be doing, estimate about 600,000 in loans. Left is to borrow the capital to do this, unless we have it. Sometimes we have it, but most of the times we need to borrow it, pay interest on that to turn around and do the loans. We are a lender, so we need to have a loan loss reserve according to our guidelines and our funders that we do. So we do have to follow our regular credit requirements. We are a more flexible lender. We are more flexible than a traditional bank, which is we are a nonprofit and a CDFI, but we do need to meet our minimum credit requirements and cash flow requirements. So we will follow. We have very specific rules. We have, we can share with you the summary of those guidelines, but we have that depending on the risk, the higher the risk, the lower the loan amount that we do. The lower the risk, the higher the loan amount, because we're looking at that repayment, right? Because if the loan defaults, is the loss to left fund on the actual amount and the total cost of generating the loan.
So just to clarify the mechanism, is the city potentially subsidizing the loan to the borrower?
Yes.
Or is the city subsidizing the loan to Lift Fund?
The final benefit is to the customer.
Okay.
So that whenever, normally when we do these programs, even though we get the approval from the cities or municipalities, okay, this is what you're going to do, we do it loan by loan. We don't draw it and use it and report it as any revenue until we have an actually qualified loan. We do the calculation loan by loan so that we can monitor that the customer, when they receive the loan, they acknowledge that they're receiving this benefit, which normally comes to one of your questions was, can we get some marketing or get them to approve? So they know they're getting the benefit. They agreed to do certain things in exchange for the city, in this case, covering the cost of capital for their loan.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Stevens.
So I had a question regarding the whole buy down process. Do y'all have any, is there any middle level programs where instead of buying down to a 0%, where so small business loans right now are 8 to, it can be really high for really small businesses, but can we, how much farther will the money go if y'all do this? If say we did a low interest rate, 3% instead of 0%, how much more dollars worth of loans could we support?
It does not change that much. We haven't done one that is not a 0% in a long time. The last one we did was buying it down to 2%. So it's still, it's small. The difference was we probably multiplied the money just 5.5 more. So right now, I can tell you that as an estimate, we can multiply your investment 4 times, right? So maybe just instead of being 4, it's 4.5. It's not a big difference because of the terms, right? But we haven't done many in the middle ground. It has been more challenging. We do have one at 5%, and to be honest, we were not able to use it very much, right? Because right now, with the increased cost of capital, people are really looking for how can I really get the capital. They understand it's not the loan is a loan. They need to repay it. They want to be able to use it. Mm-hmm. But we haven't done anything in between.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Roscoe.
Thank you, Mayor. This is my problem. I'm giving you $150,000, and I don't have any control over it. You do make all the decisions on this. And I hate giving money away that I don't know what's going to happen to it and who you're going to give it to. It seems that as we're paying your salary and by paying the interest, and Councilor Hefner had indicated, showed me or told us last time how monies and what percentage go to your salaries, administrative fees, and so forth. We're paying you to do a loan when we already have an economic development that we give out $10,000 to our businesses, up to $10,000. And I'm looking at some of the reviews here, and one of the things that bothered me is that you don't really evaluate the businesses before you give them the loans, and you don't
That is not
Look
a
at,
true
hold on, let me
statement,
finish, and allow me to finish, and I'll give you the courtesy. And also, as far as the credit ratings that this certain business owner has, is there a certain percentage, you can answer that later, 500 or more, 600 credit rating? And look at the credit history of how they have failed before or have not failed. And that's just some of the reviews that I'm looking at right now. Again, I have a problem with giving somebody $150,000 that I don't have any control over. And it seems that we're paying interest. It's not coming back, as I mentioned. It's not coming back to continue to resurface and loan out again. It's continue to pay your salaries and your interest and your administrative fees. That is the problem that I have with this. But I'm willing to listen to the rest of the
Would you like to
councilmen.
respond to that, please? I know you
So
had-
first, the control is that we're a lender. You know, we're nonprofit, but we do have to follow the approved credit and underwriting guidelines that we have in place for equally treating every application the same way, right? Then second, the control that you may have is that when we enter into an agreement, you do say, okay, like I gave you the example of that, you're going to know these are the applications that we receive. These are the ones that got approved loan by loan. We do not take the money and spend it in anything that was not approved for, right? We normally provide regular reportings to this, quarterly reports, and if we think that we are oversubscribed, meaning we got more applications than we were estimating, and now we have a problem that 150,000 is not going to be enough, we come back to you earlier to let you know this is happening. Okay, how do you want us? Is there any particular way that you want this to be distributed so that we can take other things into account, right? But that is the control. We don't take the money and apply it in a way that is not. We are very transparent. We do have a higher rating on the way that we use the funds that are entrusted to us. There are a lot of rules that go into managing any funds that come from municipalities or federal programs or state programs, and we have done that for many years.
And just one more statement before. On a rating between 1 and 5, we got a 1.
From where?
From what?
Best company? Best company?
Best company?
Are you sure so there's several lifts out there. Are you looking at Lift Fund or Lift? So
They're very highly regarded.
they're not.
Yeah, we're the highest charity navigator rating, and we're the highest rating for areas, which is the agency that rates our organization.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bradshaw, did you have anything before we moved on for a second round?
I just,
Yes,
so
Dr.
your
Cardera.
Ascension to Paul, just so we're clear, is the same way. We provide Ascension to Paul $50,000 to run your utility assistance program. They take a percentage of that $50,000 to administer the loan.
Right.
So for this particular case, you would never have $600,000 to be able to provide your businesses loans. That would be your entire account. That means you couldn't pay salaries, you couldn't do any of that if you used your entire fund. You're essentially for $150 providing 0% interest loans of $106,000 dedicated to Leon Valley businesses. So that it's not like we're giving them $150,000 and they're using it outside of the city of Leon Valley. You're giving them the $150,000 to provide the $600,000 capital to Leon Valley businesses.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
You're welcome.
Yes, Councilor Hefner and then Councilor Stevens.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so Mr. Rossio, just to kind of respond to that, on Charity Navigator, 94% charity, 4 stars, the highest rating. I did find an article, but it was dated. It's from 2015 that Lift Fund had received a 4th consecutive 4-star evaluation, which only 8% of charities. Again, this is from 2015. Since 2015, has Lift Fund ever been rated below 4 stars?
No.
So in the last 13 years, they've received the highest rating of Charity Navigator. And Charity Navigator is a nonprofit evaluator that will very, very reputable. And from that same website, the overall administrative expense ratio is 1.9%. So to put that into context, $150,000, as Dr. Caldera mentioned, times 4 is the force multiplier in terms of loans that are available. So you have $600,000 in loans. The amount of that money from us that goes to overhead is $2,850. 1.9% of the total amount. And so to be able to get $600,000 in available loans dedicated to our community, and it costs us $2,800, that's pretty good.
It's a good return. Normally, there's a lot of complexities to the nonprofit accounting, right? But we are very, if the agreement says that we can use it only for X, I mean, that is what we are going to do, right? And this is the first program that we're considering with the city. So, that's why we said, okay, this, you could see the actual result of doing that, right? Left fund is still, we will come up with the capital, do the loan loss reserve, all of that, but you will have control by telling us, in this particular case, you want it to be to sales tax generating businesses. We can limit it to that and report to you what is the outcome on that, and whatever other things you want us to track, we will be able to do that.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. Stevens.
Yeah, so I thought that was a good comparison. So the 94%, and that's actually interesting. I did studies on nonprofits also. If you really look at nonprofits, you'll see the American Red Cross is 11% overhead. And their CEO makes 1 point something million. So 94% means every $100 that comes in, $94 goes right back out to businesses. And then $6 is kept for advertising, administration, salaries, that sort of thing. So my question, and it's only because I've talked to Mr. Salinas, but and I think this council has been made aware at least a year or two ago about, we have a brewery that's a popping brewery, and at one point they were about to book it out of Leon Valley because they were having issues with parking, issues with the property owner at the time, and now they have a new one. But can you just describe or tell us about how a program like this will keep them in the city and benefit them?
Absolutely. So they are a sales tax generating business. They've actually reached out to us to expand. They want to get bigger. They want to have some incentives, and this is one program that I would definitely direct them to, because they're not asking for a traditional 10,000. They're asking for, we need 50, 60 grand to get bigger equipment, to get more, to sell more beer, right? To possibly expand. So they are one of the businesses that I anticipate that will come out maybe day 1 or day 2 to apply for something like this. They are, that's one of the businesses I definitely anticipate going after, that's going to be going after something like this.
All right, thank you. Mr. Martinez.
From an economic standpoint, development standpoint, I think this is a great idea, especially if we get 4 times the bang for our dollar. Sure, we can continue with our meager monies in the economic development and give $10,000 to a business to put up a sign or, remodel or something. So I'm in favor of this, and
before
I would like to, I think
the first reading, so there's not a
this is a presentation.
Today.
No, it's a first.
I'm sorry,
it's not
first
a
reading.
It's
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking
the regular agenda item number 8.1.
Then, I would say we need to strongly consider this and have it on the consent agenda for next council meeting.
Okay.
I just have one more question.
Yes, Mr. Orozco, go ahead.
Just one more question, please. And my colleagues have a very good point, but when they apply for this loan and you let us know, well, this is who we're lending to, will you let us know who got denied as well?
I cannot do that unless the customer gives us the actual information. So normally what happens is this, because they're applying to Lefford as the lender. We are the lender. When the customer gets the loan, we let them know that this came from public funds, and they agree. They know that there is an open records that we are going to be, you guys will have access to their names, very basic general information. But if they do not get a loan, they will not. But normally what happens, unfortunately, is that when they do not qualify, they're going to call you. I mean, they're going to call, right? So as I was talking to Salinas, I explained to him that whatever parameters we're going to put about, it has to be for sales tax generating businesses. It has to be whatever parameters we agree to, that we're very transparent to let the people know, right? That you help us make sure that they're properly informed so that they know, okay, if I'm not a sales tax generating business, I'm not going to qualify, right? I cannot prevent them as a lender from applying because I am a lender of other things. I will let them apply. If they qualify for another program, I'm going to give them another loan, but if they don't, and, like that's going to be, so the more transparent that we are disclosing that, it will be good, but I cannot give you specifically who applied unless they get a loan.
Okay. How long is your processing time?
It really varies depending on the customer. We have customers that get a loan like in 7 days, and we have people that take 30 days, right? Depending on where they are, we do verified information, particularly if we are looking at sales tax generating businesses. We normally ask them for verification that they are current, that they don't have any issues. So the documentation part is what takes the longest to collect from them.
Okay. And do we have to designate the purpose, like sales tax generating tonight?
No.
Or can we do, I'm just asking.
I don't know, that's a question
Or,
for you.
or can we, or do we want to keep it, can we keep it
As per
open?
the last conversation, that's the parameters we put in the agreement, was that it would be a sales tax
Okay,
generating.
is that still everybody's on? Okay, still everybody's on board with that. Okay, thank you. And so when they get a loan for work capital, that's because they're a sales tax generating business, correct? Okay, just want to, yes, sir. Go ahead.
And just to clarify, sales tax generating does not necessarily mean they have to be a retail establishment.
Correct.
Like I could have a consulting business and an office, and if I'm selling my consulting services from Leon Valley,
yeah, okay, very
they
good.
can still make sales.
Thank you. All right, thank you. All right, yes, Mr. Salinas.
I had a follow-up answer to your question, Mr. Orozco. So, as a former state regulator or financial regulators, when a business has federal money or state money or public money, the oversight for something like that, to get an accountant, to get audits, to do separate bank accounts, to have an internal in-house grant person is very expensive. So, I mean, for what we are paying for the 150, if we were to bring that in-house, we would have to have a person like that and have to have more regulations and more compliances in-house. So, I mean, at this point, we just don't have enough funds to have that kind of program. So this is probably our next best option that we have here. I just wanted to put that at ease for the program.
All right, thank you. So I believe we do have consensus from the council to place this on the consent agenda on the next meeting, March the 21st. Okay, thank you. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Well, I'm just curious, was there any other criteria that y'all had a question about? So the sales tax generating, was there any other
You asked
in the requirement that they?
employees, remember that the employees
So we-
come from Leon
Oh, the
Valley?
employee,
Yeah,
but
well,
we
they all said
couldn't do
We
that.
the only addition we added to the contract or to the agreement was for a sales generating business only. Live Fund has told us that an individual from Leon Valley would be unenforceable, as well as a 50,000 to 1 ratio would kind of also be unenforceable as well. So I mean, I can have them, and you can ask her that, and she can give you more information on it. But the only addition we added was sales tax generating business. In my, in our conversation, we've kind of agreed that restricting businesses is going to limit the amount of businesses that we can help. But she can answer to that if she wants to as well.
And I'm also interested in the cap. Like, what is the minimum in Leon Valley? What will be the minimum amount?
The minimum amount
What
would be
the maximum?
$500, and the max would be $100,000.
Okay.
Did you want her to answer to the individual question of employment?
I mean, I think we can't do it. I mean,
Yeah, we went over
it's
it, yeah.
fine, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, well, thank you all very much. Really appreciate your help this evening. All righty, so we'll put this on the consent agenda on March 21st.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Then we'll go back. Yes, sir. Sure, go right ahead. We've moved on, hadn't moved on yet, but so go ahead, Mr. Bauer.
Drew Power from Canterfield. The main question I had is the interest that's paid on these loans that's coming out of our budget. Is that paid up front or is that paid at the maturity of the loan?
Okay, Mr. Salinas.
That was a question we had asked them, and the interest is paid up front.
Up front.
Is that correct? Yes. That we allocate the money up front.
Okay, very good.
So is there safeguards put in place or punitive recovery if the loan is defaulted on and the business moves out? How do we get our interest back if they go after the money? Once the interest is allocated, those funds that interest payment is gone. It reduces the 150 from we paid. So there's no recovery of that, even if a business defaults or moves out. Okay. Another question is the tax generating business. Is that Leon Valley tax generating business? The reason why I asked that is Mr. Hefner brought out consulting business. I can run a consulting business from my house, but be licensed in San Antonio, and I'm not paying Leon Valley taxes.
Okay, yes, Mr. Hefner.
So I would use the example of Rackspace, right? They were in Windcrest for a while. That's where they're headquartered. So wherever a business is located is where they pay taxes.
Okay. All right. Did you have another?
I do.
Okay.
So going back to that, so is there a requirement that they have a business property or a shared business property in Leon Valley? Like, are we going to be offering this to people that work out of their home, for example?
Yes, there is a criteria requirement out of their home. There is a certain minimum, it's in the contract, and I don't have it up here with me. It's a certain minimum income that they have to generate, and it is based on the address of where we're at. So for example here, it would be a sales tax generating business. It's not just taxes, it's sales tax specific. So if you are ordering something at Amazon in this building right now, the sales tax would come to this city. So we would verify that consulting business or that specific business is within our city limits.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll look forward to the first report. Well, we've got to pass it next meeting, but then we'll look forward to your quarterly reports. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Okay. Are we going to start next with
Vicky, and then I need the plat after Vicky.
Okay, very good. All right, so did y'all understand that? We're going to go with 4.1 presentation. Excuse me, yes, with Vicki Rollis. Good evening, Vicki. And then we're going to take the plat, which is 8.2 next. Thank you and welcome, and thank you for your patience.
Sure.
All right, let me read that. Presentation, discussion, and possible action on FY 2023 budget revisions. And as I went through it, you're just cleaning it up, right?
Yes. I don't know. Did I hit that?
No, it's me. I've got timers and everything going off over here. Sorry.
That's all right.
Okay. I'll make sure I hit the right.
42.
Go ahead there.
There we go. Okay. So yes, you are correct, Mayor. Basically, what we did is the same thing that we did at the end of the fiscal year before we got audited. We just kind of put everything back, and it is simply just a reorganization of the funds is what we've done.
Okay.
And so what I did was, one of the main things that we did is, for instance, red light camera was taken out of the general fund and done separate, but traffic safety was left in the general fund. Well, traffic safety is funded from whatever's left over of the 50%. Once you have your administrative costs, then 50% of that goes to the state. The other 50% is what funds your traffic safety program. They are the ones with the fund balance, not the red light camera fund. So once you put those together at the end of the year, once you've done your state and everything else and it rolls in, that's what you know what you have to spend for your traffic safety program. So that was one of the main things that we did. Well, Vic, what am I doing here, Crystal?
The other one. Hold on, let me see.
Okay, so basically on this one, it just shows the ins and outs of the revenue that we kind of moved to $200,000 was what was budgeted for late fees for the traffic safety fund. We moved that over to red light camera. The other things are what we actually brought back over to the general fund. And then if you look at the other funding sources, when you see the ARP money, that the only thing I can track that to is that is the money that council approved for that COLA, and that's what that is.
Okay. So we put the impound lot back into the general fund. It was
Yes.
it was its own separate fund.
Yeah.
Okay, and you're doing that because of the revenue?
Yeah.
Is that
'cause-
right? 'Cause
well, there's
auctions and, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was set apart separately, but originally it was all together.
Mhm.
It is a function of the general fund.
Okay.
It is not designated as a special revenue. It's not any of those.
Gotcha.
It is a function of the general fund.
Okay.
And it makes sense to have it there. You know, we can still report on it separately, but it's a function of the general fund.
Okay.
Well, there I go again. I'll let Crystal do it. So basically, you guys can just look at, these are just the ins and outs of everything that happened. Or me, since
So, yeah,
oh,
25
yeah.
million, that's
And so-
of everything, right?
Yeah, and so end of it, this is what happened. So there are no changes to the
Okay.
budget whatsoever. It is just basically fixing those things and putting them back where they kind of belong.
Okay. I saw that you had 1.3 for ARP someplace in, I thought we had 1.6.
For ARP?
ARP. Yeah.
I
I just,
yeah, good.
anyway, that was my only, there it is, 1.3.
Yeah. But in there, there's 400 for the fire.
I thought that was what our balance was when we were at the town hall. That's what we were,
That's what she's talking about.
yeah, that's what we were talking about. So I was just wondering what, anyway.
No, but all of this, again, we're talking, this is what was, I took what was budgeted. I haven't changed based upon what the numbers were audited.
Okay.
I just was taking what was there, what you guys approved in 23. All the other numbers, I didn't change the fund balance. Whatever was stated there was left like that.
Okay.
I just moved the budget numbers
Okay.
for 23. That's it. Now, whenever we get to the actual numbers that we're going to fill in for actually 22, and you see your budget for 24, that's when you're going to see what that real fund balance
Okay.
is for everything.
All right,
too.
very good. All right, thank you.
And so then I just went through and so everyone could be very transparent about it, so you could look at it, study it, and just showed what we did with everything. Some of them, there was no changes whatsoever.
And then in speaking with the auditors, they preferred Vicky's way of putting together the budget documents over the way that it was put together, and so we're just going back to that way. All those individual funds that Kevin separated out, instead of making them designated funds, he made them individual funds. So each of those funds, say it's $744, you're paying more to audit that one fund than what's actually in that fund. So by putting it back into general fund, you're only paying for all of those individual funds under the general fund.
Okay.
Because they have to create then in their CAFR a separate
Fund for it.
fund for it, and it doesn't make sense. It's not major in any way or by any means. The same thing with the PEG money. There was nothing.
We don't take
The
anything
revenue
out.
coming in, but there was no expenditure there, and it's already set up as a reserve. So whenever we get the money in, we already book it and everything else. So there's really no reason for you to pay that kind of money just to have a fund.
Okay, very good, thank you. So would you, the possible action you're seeking tonight is to?
There isn't.
Okay, I was going to
It's just
ask you.
so you guys would see exactly
Okay,
what we did.
I just
and-
wanted to be sure we didn't need to,
No.
you know,
And then when you
support that
see
by
your
a vote.
24, you're going to see it
Okay.
back in this format again. The only difference is left red light camera, traffic safety, will be
I
over
guess
there.
what I had asked Dr. Caldera is like the way he did the salaries, is it going to still be that way? Because he
Well-
took it out of each, everybody comes out of
know,
a different little fund, and so.
Yeah, I mean, we can, I don't think, I've
But what
got,
I'm going
I
to
don't know.
do, so y'all like to see the holistic number for each individual person. So we're just going to add it up for you.
Okay.
So we're going to separate it because it's easier for us and the accountants and everybody else because it's designated versus a lump sum saying transfer from water fund. He didn't individualize that transfer. So you remember it was a lump sum like
Right.
1.5 million.
you're going to see that.
You'll
Okay.
see that
that we
because
know.
we do the percentage of it.
Okay,
We'll just add it all up for you,
I
if
see.
that makes sense. You could see the total dollar amount.
okay.
Because as it stands now, there's like a shared contractual services. I, for the life of me, cannot find what that is, what
Oh.
makes up that number. I know that part of it is now utilities are all in one. I've tracked that down. I think I have a grip on actually the personnel costs. I really do, I think. Pretty good one. But there's certain things that I could not find a spreadsheet. So for instance, utilities all went to the manager and council.
That's right.
I can't find where that number came from or how it came,
Like, so he put
Oh, I thought he
into-
took it out of each
He
department.
did, but
Yeah.
there should have been like a spreadsheet that said,
Okay.
okay,
This is where
this
it
one
came
was
from.
this used to be police, this used to be fire, this used
I
to be
see.
whatever, so that it's a good reference point for us to go back and look at. Because there was no
see.
historical data
just have the
on that one
figure.
big fat number, right?
Okay.
Which makes it nice
Okay.
to have that historical data over the years
Sure.
to look at.
Okay. Any other questions for Vicki on this budget from either the council or anyone in our chambers? Okay. Thank you for doing what you're doing. We really appreciate it. And thank you. All right. We will move then to regular agenda item number 8.2, council?
Because the individuals.
Yes, if there's no objection. And we appreciate, and this should be pretty quick. It's a plat with no objections. So 8.2, presentation, public hearing, and possible action to approve a replat of a total of 0.2686 acres of land, being lots 5 and half of 6, Block 1, CB 4446A, Linkwood Addition subdivision located in the 7600 block of Linkwood Street with requested variances. And I guess I wanted to know what those variances are. And then we will vote on this tonight. So thank you, Ms.
Okay,
Ms.
thank
Teague.
you for moving it up. I do have the
Oh, you
property
bet.
owner here.
And his name is?
Mr. Calderon? Yes.
I'm sorry,
I wanna
Mr.
make sure I
who?
say it right.
Yeah,
Make sure I say it
I
right.
just wanted to write it down. Mr.
Hello.
Hi.
My name's Philip Calderon. I own the property.
Oh, Calderon. Okay, Mr. Philip Calderon. Thank you. All right.
So if you have any questions for Mr. Calderon after the
Okay,
presentation.
we will.
he'll be
Thank you.
here. So the city council is being asked to consider the approval of a replat with requested variances. It's 0.2686 acres of land, being lots 5 and half of lot 6 in the Linkwood Addition subdivision. Options are to approve, deny, and it is recommended to be approved with variances. The property owner does own both undeveloped lots. He does wish to construct a single-family home, which to do that, he has to replat. Our city engineer has reviewed it and approved it, and platting is required before any construction can begin. So there's your BCAD map. Lot 5 is the whole, and Lot 6 is the half. Oh, sorry. So there's the proposed plan. You can see the house outlined there. So 16 letters were sent out, and we did not receive any in favor, opposition, or undeliverable.
Mhm. Okay, so.
So planning and zoning did recommend approval at February 28th meeting. And the variances are water and sewer and sidewalks.
To be
To be
constructed
at the
at
construction
time,
phase
at the
when they
time.
submit
Okay,
building
great.
plans.
I saw that. Thank you so much.
I'm
Okay,
sorry about
any questions for either Ms. Teague or Mr. Calderon? Yes, Mr.
I
Martinez.
just have a comment. In the future, when you have a list
and I
the
need a public
property,
hearing.
can you show a little further out so we can see what streets are around
Sure,
the
no problem.
property?
Absolutely.
All right. We do have a public hearing, so let me open up that public hearing at 8:52. And we do have, we have residents in the chambers. Does anyone like to address the council on this replat? Please come forward, state your name and where you reside. Okay, seeing no one, then I'll close the public hearing at 8:52 and stand in line for a motion.
Make a motion, we approve this as presented.
Okay.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Martinez and a second by Mr. Orozco to approve the replat as presented and variances. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you, Mr. Calderon, and
Thank you.
welcome to Leon Valley. All right. Okay, so now we're going to go back. Is there anybody else that we need to take up front? Okay. We will go down then to presentation number 4.2, presentation, discussion, and possible action directing staff to draft an ordinance narrowly tailored to create definitions, procedures, registration requirements, and enforcement of residential homes used as short-term rentals that pose a nuisance and have repeated documented disturbances within the community. And this was an agenda item, Councilor Stevens, with a second by Councilor Orozco. So, and I believe Mr. Stevens will present. Thank you. And welcome.
All right. Short-term rentals, a good topic of discussion. I colluded with Ray to try to find a compromise. So the following is a compromise. There's not going to be one side that's completely happy about this plan, whether you come from the side where you want the most minimal regulation or the side where you want the maximum amount of regulation. It's a compromise. It's in the middle. That being said, you know, ever since I got on this council, I'm very proud to say, and Ray came in at the same time as me, but I think we made a commitment from the very beginning that we were going to be committed to not increasing or not allowing, if it's preventable, liability for the city. And so since I've been on the council, the city has not been sued at all. And there's a combination of factors, obviously. One of them is good leadership in the city manager position, resolves problems quickly, that type of thing. Another thing that contributes to the no lawsuits is we aren't rogue in our policy decisions. We aren't taking risks with new policies that create an inherent risk. So I think I'm very proud to say that. And as we go into this, I think that's, at least where I come from, that's my intention of the way that we regulate short-term rentals, is to implement something where we aren't going to be prone to getting sued. And you'll see in the presentation, when you get sued for short-term rentals, you aren't just sued by a property owner. You're sued by like multiple organizations, and they pile on to you. And I don't think any of us really want to be in that position. And so the last slide, it shows you a little bit of what New Braunfels is, the pain that they're going through right now. And it's because they've made the conscious decision to implement a regulation that's a little bit unconstitutional as ruled by the courts. So, sorry, going forward. Try to go.
Not going. Maybe the battery died.
Oh, now it went. Cool. So after I made the following presentation, our city attorney called me, and she said to just make sure that you know that this statement was made by me. It wasn't made by an attorney. I'm not an attorney. So what I hope that this presentation will do, hopefully we can reach a compromise, and then it's still going to have to get reviewed by the city attorneys to see if even what this holds is, if our risk level is low, because obviously anybody can sue us for any reason at any time. So this is not a legal opinion. If you guys would like, and I would encourage, if you want to go into executive session, I think that would be good, but I think also the public deserves to have explanations of why we are or are not doing something. So, and again, we haven't really thoroughly explained this in a presentation. So here's a summary of the PowerPoint. So first I'm going to talk about what we, in my opinion, in what I've read, and I've done dozens of hours of research on this topic, but what we cannot regulate, enforce, and restricting short-term rentals, both in the state of Texas and regarding the federal law, narrowly tailored law, which apparently that's a legal term. I view it as, it's on the news and you hear about laws that are made specifically to combat a specific problem. They aren't like broad where you're just regulating to regulate. You're regulating to resolve a problem. And then I'll talk about the specific concerns, which we all are made aware of, but just a couple bullet points. And then the proposal. So the proposal is, I try to do it as simple as possible. So you have 3 types of short-term rentals, A, B, C. And then there's 3 types of enforcement, levels 1, 2, and 3. And I think it's good to start with what type of restrictions that I've found are unlawful. And again, this list will continue to grow as time goes on. There may be little changes here and there, but for the most part, it's just going to grow because there's so many cases brewing throughout the state. But the city of Austin is like the most monumental Texas case regarding a city's ability to enforce short-term rentals. So there's a lot of things that happen from that, and I have an example on the next slide, I believe. But so we can't outright ban short-term rentals in an area where the short-term rentals have historically been able to operate. And this is not only includes, undeveloped land, but it also includes a sunset provision. So we couldn't say, like, we're going to phase out the ability for people to operate short-term rentals in 2027, which is what Austin did. We can't require the property owner have a homestead exemption in order to operate a short-term rental. Again, that was in Austin. This is a federal case, so we cannot require that the property owner live in Leon Valley if they have a short-term rental in Leon Valley. This was in the city of New Orleans. Federal case, it went up to the appeals court, and essentially the city learned the hard way that they cannot prevent out-of-staters or out-of-towners from owning a home and renting it as a short-term rental. Another one from the city of Austin, and it was reinforced by the city of Grapevine's case, but a prevention of the number of people that can assemble and gather outside of a residence, or the time they may assemble, again, cannot be regulated. And any type of occupancy limitation, either inside of the house or outside of the house. And then a citywide ban, there's an asterisk right there, because this ultimately has not gotten completely just pushed to be tested. But a lot of the lawyers that blog about this stuff, generally I think they're representing the plaintiffs. They say it's going to be very disfavorable to the court if you try to ban the entire city. Although there are a couple of cities that have not gotten sued yet that do that. So,
Mr. Stevens, I've read some other cities' short-term rentals, and they do have. Go back to your other slide, not this one, the one before.
I'm trying.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, there it goes.
Any type of occupancy limitation inside, I see that a lot in these short-term rentals.
Right.
So that's why I'm confused at that.
So let's talk about Austin's. Austin is a really good example.
Okay.
So Austin, they previously, and actually to this day, their ordinance still regulates. They have not changed their ordinance. It's still the same. Their ordinance from, I believe, 2016. But their ordinance currently prohibits more than 6 people from gathering outside between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m., a group of people, again, trying to prevent parties. Their ordinance still actually prevents any gathering outside between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. It previously only allowed a maximum occupancy of 2 guests per bedroom plus 2 extra guests. So Austin actually says on their website that they framed theirs after they pulled a combination of Houston and a combination of San Antonio into their ordinance when they created it. And so that's why it's really interesting, because literally every city that has an ordinance that has this they can try to enforce it, but they're very likely going to get sued for it. And you'll see in the next slide. Previously only allowed a maximum occupancy, we talked about that, and they restricted an occupancy of a short-term rental to no more than 6 unrelated adults or 10 related adults, again, trying to prevent, these, like a frat party type of thing. So if you go onto the City of Austin's website, they have a special page dedicated, and the City of Austin has gotten sued, I don't think you could even number the amount of times they've gotten sued for their short-term rental ordinance, because it's by so many groups of people. However, the main case that they got ruled against was this one that the Texas Public Policy Foundation advocated on behalf of the plaintiffs. But if you go onto their website, it says, will Austin continue to enforce the short-term rental occupancy limits? Again, this is for their own residents. As a result of this ruling, Austin Code can no longer enforce short-term rental occupancy limits, neither internal nor external of a structure. And there's the website. You can go down and look at it yourself. So just because they haven't changed their ordinance doesn't mean that they can't, or doesn't mean that they can enforce something that goes against what the court has told them they can do. So they aren't enforcing this. And I think that's kind of the argument that many of us have had for a while, is why are we going to create an ordinance that we literally there's going to be a public expectation that police go and enforce an occupancy limitation, but the court, the second Court of Appeals in Austin has told them that they can't. So why? And again, I'm not going to try to go into that much detail about narrowly tailored, but essentially there were multiple parts of Austin's law where the court had said that they aren't narrowly tailored to where they advance a public purpose. I actually have that whole ruling right now, and I'm not going to bore you because I see some people are already falling asleep, but essentially there's like heavy dialogue about how the court said that Austin, you didn't prove that this was the least restrictive way that you could make the community better by regulating STRs in the manner that they were trying to regulate it. So there's all sorts of constitutional violations. I'm not going to go too much into depth of that. I don't think I'm going to go into this as well, but all these constitutional rights, if we aren't careful, we can infringe upon. So the question is, what simple, sensible, enforceable laws can we implement to deal with the specific problems and concerns? So you'd probably start by saying, what are the concerns? So here's the concerns, how I understand it, and I think if there's others that we should probably, add those to the list and then try to address them in a narrowly tailored sort of way. But so I've heard the health and safety of guests, especially when a larger number of guests are staying at the property that are unfamiliar to the neighbors. So they're just concerned that a lot of strangers are staying at a house and, all that. Welfare-related, quality of life for the residents that live adjacent to or near the short-term residency property, and we even heard quality of life regarding the zoning thing, but we also heard it with the short-term rental. So everything from parking concerns, noise concerns, party concerns. Okay, so now the proposal. And again, there might be more.
Can I add? I think you had a question. Can we add some? Trash was big, too. Yeah, trash.
That wasn't listed on here, but it actually is addressed.
Okay, it is. Okay. Okay. I don't know about lighting, but the number of short-term rentals in one neighborhood was a concern as well. I just wanted to add that.
But why was that a concern? Like, what was the
actual reason? Well, because it's changing the character of their...
Oh, okay. So instead of having homeowners that they're used to knowing...
Then you've got, 4 or 5 short-term rentals instead. So I'm sorry.
Right.
That's I thought we could add.
The trash I addressed.
Okay.
I just didn't put it in that slide.
And I don't think they said walking in the neighborhood. You add that one, and I don't think we heard anything about lighting or anything like that. So that would be the only other one. But no.
Do they want lighting or
no?
They don't want
I mean,
lighting?
that was usually a concern that I hear from citizens is that it's too much light. Like these floodlights, and and they're bothering each other. But I have not heard that in this particular neighborhood. Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
So again, we have 3 groups of proposals. So these groups, these are the types of STRs. How do we characterize them? Again, this is a rough presentation. Nothing's carved in stone. And it still is going to have to be reviewed by the attorney. But so I did it based on the number of occupants and again, none of these are prohibiting short-term rentals. That's where the cities got sued for preventing them. All right, preventing, if it's a certain number of people. All of these are allowed, just different levels of registration and different requirements. So for up to 8 guests on their property, which a lot of people have, 5, 7, 8 people living in their home, everything would be voluntary. So they could voluntarily do an affidavit stating they have smoke detectors, just showing they're super compliant. They can voluntarily give the city 24-hour contact information. If there's an emergency, they can voluntarily, tell the city if they live on the premises with their guests, off the premises, or sometimes maybe they go back and forth. Group B is above that, so we're going to the next bracket. So if this would be if they're advertised on Airbnb, for example, as we allow 10 people to stay at our house, then they would fall into this bracket. So then for this group, because there's more people there, and there's, generally there can be more safety related issues when you have, higher population of people. That's why we have maximum occupancy in rooms like this. We would require an affidavit that just says we have smoke detectors in all the living areas, carbon monoxide if they apply, and we're attesting to the fact that there are, a window and a door to exit every sleeping area in the house. A statement that they have read and will comply with the rest of this ordinance. We will require them to tell the city if they live there, if they don't live there, or if they do both, if they live there and they don't. And then we would require that they provide the city 24-hour contact information if there was an emergency. Proposal C, so next step up, so went from less than 8 is voluntary, 8 to 12 is required, but it's all just written affidavit type, can be filed with the city. Type C goes up another notch. So these are for the people that allow greater than 12 guests on their property, or those that reach level 2 of enforcement, which will be discussed because there's 3 levels of enforcement. So the fee would be whatever our cost is. We would just pass it on to them, or we would require for these people a certificate of occupancy to verify that they, again, more people, there's potential for more safety risk. So we would require them, our fire inspector to go over and make sure that they had smoke detectors, the same stuff that people are putting on an affidavit, but the city would actually go and inspect. We would require them to sign a statement that they have read and will comply with our ordinances. And then the other 2 requirements. So they will identify if they live there, if they don't, 24-hour contact information. So the importance of registering properties, because I know there's like a concern of like, why are we having them register? So the importance of having them register is so we can take it away when they misbehave. Because if you don't require they register, you can't take away their ability to operate. So by requiring them to register, not only will the city have contact information if they're more likely to have a issue, if there's going to be a lot of people gathered there, but we will also have the ability, if they continuously repeat offend and harm the neighborhood, then we'll have the ability to pull that back, or at least suspend it for a period of time. I think maybe I went into more nuisances right here. So what may be a nuisance, and what could we possibly do to combat the nuisance? So first, the nuisances. Here's some like potential, regulations that we could add as a requirement. So here's the problem that we have as it is right now today. So if there is a minor that's drinking in front of a house in a neighborhood and it's a short-term rental, the police officers can only go to that home and cite the minor and cite an adult that provided that beverage to the minor if it's applicable. By restricting this in our short-term rental ordinance, we're passing that onus on to the property owner or the person that cares for the property. So we can punish that person, which is truthfully regarding parties, that's who you really want to hold accountable, is the people that enable the behavior on their property. Because the people that are, partying and stuff, they're not going to be there in a couple of days anyways. So by requiring the property owners, they'll obviously have to care more about the community that's around them. We could prevent any type of loud music, instrument, make noise between at nighttime. We could prevent them. So again, all of these say property owner or guest may not allow, property owner or guest, because instead of just being able, the police currently only have the ability to hold the guest responsible for bad behaviors, including littering, that type of thing. By this, we can now hold the property owner accountable as well.
Okay, I had a question. Dr. Caldera, on the noise, isn't it, or this is my understanding, is the only way you can cite someone for a violation of the noise ordinance is when the police officer has to be there and hear it, and it has to register on his meter.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
So I guess that's...
So this is different.
Okay.
So this isn't based on decibels.
Okay.
This is if you're... Essentially, this is trying to make it to where they aren't going to be a bother to their neighbor. And so I saw this in a couple of the ordinances. Again, it's going to have to be like passed through the legal test.
Okay.
But this doesn't require a decimal meter. This means if you're standing right outside the property line and you can hear the noise, and again, this isn't all day. This is just at night time.
Yeah, I got you. All right.
That then it's a violation.
Okay, and then what about on the parties? I mean, again, enforcement. I mean, somebody's going to have to call the police to go to the party and order them, right?
Right.
Is that what
so this, obviously, this would be if the police were called.
Yeah.
But then not only would the police at that time be able to cite whoever, if there was like a minor drinking, but then later on, the city could file the court could file a document, I can't remember what it's called, Nicole, against... like a complaint, telling them that they violated this, you must appear in front of the court because there's a citation that's been given to a minor that's on your property.
Okay, so that would be municipal
we're
court.
pulling in instead of currently how we're only able to enforce these things against the guests, we're making that property owner responsible for what occurs on their property. So there's other examples of criminally penalizing owners that are not present. So like OSHA has if you're a business owner, you can get criminally prosecuted by OSHA if you fail to provide OSHA safeguards to your employees. That's of course at the federal level, but the same with the TABC. A business owner can be held criminally responsible for recurring, failing to put up safeguards that prevent like a bartender from providing alcohol to minors on a repeated basis. So stuff like that. But we're trying to make it criminal against the property owner instead of just, because ultimately what's going to happen is the hope is that you would never have to enforce this, because hopefully they will read this and say, oh, I need to tell my guests that they need to not allow minors to drink, outside the property and, that sort of thing. Okay. So trash.
Okay.
So again, property owner or guest, so we're holding the property owner responsible, may not litter or allow littering of any trash, bottles, or belongings in the front yard of the short-term rental property, and any right-of-ways near the property in the street or on any adjacent properties. Parking. So this is the one I have a big question mark by this, because I don't know if it's, a lot of cities require parking plans to be submitted in the process of registering the short-term rental. So I would prefer this, but I don't know if it's legal. Property owner or guest may not park in a manner that limits or blocks ingress or egress to another property. I think that's enforceable. But if we could limit the parking of vehicles to, like, say, one side of the street abutting the property, because that's one of the issues that neighbors have is, if you have too many cars there, then, especially if you don't have capacity limitations, you don't want like 100 cars on the street, because then you might not have a place to park, one of our permanent residents. And then again, we can talk about if there's any others.
I would just say, just to address the number in a neighborhood.
The total, okay, the percentage.
But again, as I'm looking at this, and thank you, Josh, I was really, the safety measures are so important. I don't know if y'all get the San Antonio Express News, but today in the editorial, they were talking about the importance of carbon monoxide monitors, because they've had carbon monoxide poisoning at Hotel Emma and another Hampton Inn downtown. And so and again, these are little hotels. And so I just think it's really important that we emphasize safety, because that's our mantra as a city, protect the health, safety, and welfare. So not only fire, but also carbon monoxide. But anyway, I think it's, we could even take your 3 proposals and make some combinations. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I don't know. I'd like to get more citizen input, and I don't know. I thought we were going to, I don't know.
Can we go to the enforcement
We'll finish it.
mechanisms
Yeah,
really
that's right. Let me.
Okay, so there's 3
finish
enforcement
it, and then
levels.
your
So
enforcement,
the
and then we
first,
can talk about
for any type of infraction, and I think this is important, especially when you're implementing a new program, but for the first, they need to be warned, and it needs to be in writing. I think that's the best business practice. It's probably the best thing we can do as a city. And we should mail it to whatever their address is that's, the property owner's address, or if we have another address, mail it to both. But just tell them, hey, we noticed you had a bunch of litter in your front yard. Our ordinances say you can't do that. So we need to tell them about the laws, send them a copy or whatever, the specific nature of what they violated, and maybe a recommendation for preventing them in the future. Like, for example, make your residents, when they're signing up for their Airbnb, like sign the statement that says, like, we agree that there will be no noise, after 9 p.m., or we agree that we will not have any litter outside of the, front of the residence. But yeah, so that's the easiest warning. So this is level 2 is only after a warning has been provided. A citation, and again, this doesn't have to be a citation, because it can get filed with the court as a complaint, but it would originate with a police officer somehow or another. So, but a citation would be provided to the owner or the person that's managing the property in person, or it could be mailed via certified mail outlining. We would give them the maximum Class C misdemeanor fine, and then we would immediately require them to register so again, they've been warned, and it's been mailed, and it was certified. We knew that they got the warning, and they chose to still avoid it. We would require them to register as a Type C short-term rental. Now, the one thing is maybe they took our recommendations seriously and they made their residents start signing contracts that they wouldn't do that. Well, then they can come to the court and present it to the judge and say, Judge, we really tried, but, this happened. But that will be their responsibility. It's not our responsibility because we care about, the people that live here primarily. And then so we'll require them to register as a type C, which is the highest level. That would be like if they had 12 or more people. And then we will require them to submit a plan of action that it's approved by somebody. I don't know who the appropriate person would be. And then they would have to obtain a certificate of occupancy, which is what criteria C requires anyways. So level 3 would be, we would have already given them a warning. They would have already been cited under level 2, and now they did it again. We would give them a citation, a cease and desist, saying, which is, I believe that's what the city used to try at least with the short-term rentals that weren't even registering. They sent cease and desist letters to the property owners saying you can't operate out of your home. We would do the same similar thing, fine via citation or complaint, and then we would revoke their certificate of occupancy or somehow suspend it, perhaps. Again, we can talk about this, but for a long period of time. And then when they want to get it back, we would require them to submit and have an approved plan of action that tells the city how they're going to prevent being a nuisance in the future. So that's pretty much it. Yeah, okay. Now we can discuss.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Stevens, for that presentation. Lot to take in. I just wanted to say, I thought at one of the meetings, and Mr. Roscoe, correct me if I'm wrong, I thought this was when there was no regulation. We didn't pass anything, but I thought, and we tabled it or something, but I thought we said somebody had the idea of taking it to the CPAC and letting them kind of look over it. So I think that's important. And also I just wanted to say that the city of Arlington, whose short-term rental was upheld, did not, the Supreme Court of Texas blessed it. They did their short-term rental, took them 2 years and 20 meetings. So in other words, I don't think we have to rush it, but I think we need to, again, the word is compromise and come to a consensus in our community. And I think we can do that. And I think we've got a good blueprint, yes.
Citizens Police Advisory Committee per their bylaw. This wouldn't be an ordinance that they would look at.
Okay, well, I just thought somebody had suggested
a planning
it.
and zoning maybe commission
Well,
for input? Are you just looking for something else, but
well, I don't know.
We were just going to review it.
They were just going to review it.
The CPAC can be some type of help in order to try to make this work. And you're absolutely, Mayor, Councilman Stevens was exactly going with that. One of the things that I had said earlier that, and I've spoken to realtors and other people that own Airbnb, it's here to stay.
Sure.
And it's Stevenson's presentation right now is to try to gap that between the city and the short-term rentals. And if I can, on the website that when we were looking at it, and I thank Stevens for doing that because we do need to come up together because I believe they can be advantageous for both of us.
Sure.
And one of the things that he has said, because what's going to happen also, one of the questions is, can I rent out my apartment or my condo? And there is no set rules in Texas to define that at all. So it can happen. And for Stevens, this is the beginning to try to make things happen. One of the things that in the lawsuit from Austin, it had indicated while the future of the short-term rentals regulations in cities like Austin is still very much in the air, it is not a time for despair. Remember that in most cases, these regulations that are put in place are not designed to punish the short-term rentals, but to come to an agreement to meet at the middle.
Right. Okay. Well, again, permit, I think that there's a lot of stuff we can work with to craft one that would benefit our community. But I know Mr. Campos, does anybody else want to say something? I know Mr. Campos, who's neighborhood is experiencing short-term rentals like crazy. Would y'all like to hear from him next? Okay, and then we'll continue our discussion. Anybody else that wants to weigh in? Yeah, okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Mr. Stevens, thank you for this presentation, the compromise of what we've got. I've got just a few comments. It's, you know, on the optional portion of the registration, I really think that it needs to be a requirement for all the Airbnbs, no matter the size, so that we know where they're at. But also to start addressing collection of our hotel occupancy taxes on these short-term rentals. If you might, maybe you're aware of the new legislation that's before the House and Senate, but there is a proposal to start opening up the use of hot tax for certain infrastructures. And it's something that's very interesting that it may be worth us collecting and using it on some of the things we need improvements on. And what that is, I can get more details if you'd like. I'd send it to you. You know, we'd also like, as a neighborhood, where do you call? You know, we call the non-emergency number, and yet we talk about, well, they responded within 6 minutes, but in reality, when we were waiting, it was way over that. And so I don't know if there's another number that we can call within Leon Valley. It's to say, hey, police, can you come over here? Because I just don't know. But I'm asking that question. Sure. Okay. And again, we're not trying to target owner-occupied short-term rentals. What we're experiencing in our neighborhood are these absentee owners. Okay. And so absentee owners, they're also neglecting to pay the correct property taxes that affects our entire community. When they say, well, it's my homestead, but it really isn't, hey, that's not fair to me. That's not fair to you or any other neighborhood. So I hope we can, that's why I'm asking for a mandatory registration on all the properties. So those are the comments I have. Mr. Josh or Mr. Stevens, thank you for this. It's a great start.
Good start.
I appreciate y'all's time and your efforts towards this.
Thank you very much. You certainly can. Excuse me, wait a minute, Mr. Campos, he had a question for you.
And I mean this in the most genuine form of fashion, but so why, what is the purpose for the city to require registration for short-term rentals that have less than 8 people staying, or 8 or less, I can't remember what it was, when the reality is, if they violate, if they cause a nuisance, they're going to immediately go up to the next level. They'll be classified as a Class B. Like, what's the purpose of the city requiring that? Because I'll tell you the reason I'm asking is because Austin has, they've started, they came down with a heavy hand, and they have an issue. So we said San Antonio doesn't have 20% compliance. Austin has like 35% compliance. They know 65% are not complying. And probably the reason is, in addition to like a very high tax rate that they're charging as a hot tax, that you know, the residents are like, what's the point in registering? The city's limited anyways. So I'm just curious, why would we want to, you know, do that?
I think there's 2 primary reasons and 1 minor reason. The first reason is that we know they exist and we can start looking toward, okay, are they reporting for their hot tax? The other thing that I think is the most important, which does generate a lot of revenue, is are they paying the correct property tax? If they should not have a homeowner's exemption if they are an absentee owner, because that's not their homestead. Okay, and the third thing is for safety. Hey, we know they're there. At what number do we call, you know, if there's an emergency? I think those are the 3 reasons.
Very good. Those are good reasons. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Yes, Mr. Power? Power? Good evening and welcome back.
Drew Power, Canterville. I just want to thank you, Mr. Stevens, and you, Mr. Orozco. That was an incredible throw-together presentation, and obviously a lot of homework went into it. And I know it's a rough draft, But why does it have to be one or the other, the property owner or the tenant? Why can't it be and? Why can't we go after both of them?
I think
Just, but the wording said or, and I know it's just a rough draft. The other thing is, and is he brought it up, is if you're going to operate your property as a commercial property, why aren't you paying commercial taxes? Point blank. We've got limited parking on our streets and our driveways. It's going to be addressed eventually, and I know this is just a rough draft, and we are just at the tip of a very, very big iceberg. But some of the concerns that come up for me, Miami-Dade County, City of Coral Gables, said there is no difference between a extended stay hotel and a short-term rental. You have to abide by all the laws, or you don't operate. That was their workaround. I ask you, what is the difference between an extended stay hotel that charges $800 a month and a short-term rental? It's commercial. If you're not living on the property, it's residentially zoned, not commercially zoned. The other issue that I thought, and I understand having punitive steps in place. I don't mind if the property next to me is an Airbnb or if it's an extended stay, if it's owned by an individual. What I have a problem with is a corporation from Canada calling me 3 times last week, offering me $75,000 over my property's value to sell it so that they would have a place to store medical students for the medical center. What's that going to do to my neighbors and the ones that can't pay their taxes or struggling to pay their taxes now? If every house in my neighborhood sells for over $100,000 over and it's owned by one corporation, that's not protecting the citizens. That's actually punishing us.
Okay,
Just
thank you for those
something that
comments.
I've seen happen in other communities.
Okay, thank you for those comments. Yes, Ms. Gamboa, good evening and welcome.
Maria Gamboa in Forest Meadow. Can you consider pets also with all that you had on there? Because lately there's a woman visiting in one of our residents, right? And she's letting her dogs loose, and they're coming into our yards, and they're messing. And they're loose. So that's something I think would be a problem if people bring their pets when they travel, and people do take their pets when they travel. So could you consider something like that when you make those proposals?
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Bradshaw.
So I think this is a good start that Councilor Stevens put together, at least some kind of a draft, or, and obviously it needs to be written out into an ordinance form. And I would say to Ms. Gamboa that we already have an ordinance about pets, right? That they have to be on a leash. So it applies to anybody in the neighborhood. So code compliance can be called and say there's dogs running around and stuff like that, for sure.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Martinez?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm glad to see this presentation from Councilor Stevens. In October, when we went to TML, him and I met with a company called HDL 3 times, and they are a company that they are a service provider to cities. And one of the things that they do is they monitor the hotels for the hot tax and also the short-term rentals. And I sent them an email about a week ago, and they responded, and they referred me to this company that does their logistics for them. And he came back and said in Leon Valley there could be up to 75 short-term rentals.
75?
75.
Okay.
And now I have problems with that number, because if he just did a zip code check, a lot of 240 is in San Antonio. So I am questioning that figure, but they estimate that we could receive about $30,000 in hot tax a year off of the short-term rentals. Now, I've done some research into some of these requirements that the homeowner or the property owner has on the short-term rentals. They have some of them that require the tenant to mow the lawn. They have some that require that you wash the clothes, the sheets and stuff. And yeah, you have to, any dishes you use, you have to wash them and put them away. Some of them have $500 fines if you use too much toilet paper. I swear. And there are some of the requirements that some of these homeowners have that are ridiculous. And one thing that Councilor Stevenson mentioned here in San Antonio is that 20% of the short-term rentals aren't registered. That means that 80% of them are. I'd rather have hot tax of an 80% than nothing. And the oh, by the way, there's also the state gets 6% hot tax. The city, well, the way it's written, it's 7%, and if you pay it on time, it's 6%. And I think that's the way our ordinance reads. But there's also, so San Antonio or Leon Valley, it's already in our ordinance to collect for anything less than a 30-day stay. You're required to pay the hot tax. And there's also a 1.5% hot tax that goes to Bexar County. And in San Antonio, you're also paying the 6 or 7% plus an additional 2% for the convention center. Oh, wow. So it's very expensive. You know, if you rent a car or you rent a motel in San Antonio, it's you can add another 13% tax to it. And the new thing that's coming out now is, like Mr. Bradshaw has a swimming pool in his backyard. People are renting the swimming pool for the day. So instead of a short-term rental, you're renting the swimming pool. And in California, they've even done away with R1 zoning with the additional dwelling units, ADUs. That's basically building a little apartment behind your house and renting it out. In some places in California, they've done away with R1 residential zoning, and it's just ADLs. So there's a lot of changes coming about with this. So, you know, I think I applaud Mr. Stevens for this rough draft, and I think if we can do this and use San Antonio's as a guideline, I think we can come up with an ordinance that will not get us sued. You know, like the mayor said, City of Arlington, their short-term rental agreement has stood up to court. So I think with we can draft something that we don't have to worry about being sued. Thank you.
I got a legal question.
Well, yeah, and I was going to say, you know, I haven't heard from our attorney today. Yes.
So just because it's 9:30 and y'all,
Yeah,
it's already
it is.
9:36.
It's actually 9:36.
I'm just trying to get like a consensus whether you want Nicole to draft something based on this PowerPoint, whether you want more, and whether you want more information from residents. So do you want to workshop this item? I know y'all mentioned the CPAC. It's a stretch based on the committee's charge. This would not be something they would look at. But you could hold a separate workshop for this if that's something you want to do. I just need to know. I would rather have Nicole attempt to write the ordinance once versus having a workshop and having all these other ideas, because there's a lot, like the number per neighborhood or per street. That's going to require legal opinion, but if that's not going to be part of the ordinance that the council collectively wants, I don't want her to do the research on that portion. So I want to make sure that we collectively agree on the major parameters of that ordinance. And it doesn't need to be done tonight. I just want to make sure we're going in the right direction, whether we bring this back at the next council meeting, or there's a workshop between now and the next council meeting, or you want to take it to the CPAC before you bring it to the next council meeting. I just need
Very
that
good.
looks like.
Well, maybe this
Mr. Roscoe wants to say something really bad, so let me let him speak, and then I know Mr.
I second this so we can, so Stevens and I could bring this up. But one of the things is, after doing the research, we didn't get a chance to put it in the agenda package, which did not allow the citizens to look at it. are we not legally allowed to pursue any action and bring it up at the next meeting with the presentation on the agenda package? We didn't give the citizens an opportunity to review it.
Yeah.
So do we stop here and bring it up for our next meeting and make a presentation, not a presentation, but
Give
some type
direction
of
then.
guidance to
Give direction
to the
then.
city manager, or direction, thank you, yes.
After we hear from the citizens. Yeah, okay.
It didn't come out on the agenda package.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter?
It doesn't matter. You don't need you don't need his PowerPoint in the packet because you're not voting on anything tonight. You're not voting
Okay.
on an ordinance. The ordinance requires 2 reads. Once you determine an ordinance, then the ordinance.
Right.
So this isn't even a
legally,
first
we can
read.
continue on.
Okay, all right, that sounds good. We still have to have 2 reads. Yes, Mr. Mata, go ahead.
Yeah, Eric Mata, Canterfield. You guys know I'm pretty straightforward and blunt about stuff. I think, and please don't take this the wrong way, I feel like we've lost our mind over this issue. You guys have gotten obsessed with it. You've wasted so much time. We had a couple of residents from one small neighborhood come up and complain over a month ago. It wasn't even that big of an issue to call the police at that time. Not saying it wasn't an issue and that it can't be addressed, but it's just amazing you guys are willing to waste so much time and resources on this. It's disappointing. It's Mr. Campos came up here and mentioned something about it not being fair to the taxpayers, that we're not addressing this issue with short-term rentals. Funny enough, I serve on planning and zoning with him, didn't have a problem with the idea of residents from Seneca West proposing that we keep that area like a natural area. Well, I'm a taxpayer. I think a lot of other people that live in other neighborhoods are taxpayers as well. And we're footing the bill for what they're proposing. He seemed to be okay with that. So I think we should stop and check ourselves and think about just what rabbit hole we're going down here. It's just ridiculous. I don't think it was ever that big of an issue. And I think just certain people have gotten a hold of this and have decided to beat it to death.
Okay.
Let's move on.
Thank you, Mr. Mata. Did you want to say something? Because we haven't heard from you before we give direction.
Where to begin?
Where to begin? Okay. I know we've only got 20 more minutes, and then we
Well,
have to
I'll
do
try
a
not to
motion
use all of
to
that time.
continue. So that's okay. We'll do that. That's fine.
Mr. Mata, you can have a refund on my salary for the time we've spent talking about this. Checks in the mail. So thank you to Mr. Stevens and Mr. Roscoe for bringing this up. Great topic. Happy to talk about it. I think there are some good points in Mr. Stevens's proposal. I think that ideally making things voluntary is preferable. When I spoke with many of the residents, Mr. Campos included, after the town hall, the sentiment that I got was there's a problem and they want that problem to be addressed. And so I think Mr. Stevens' approach of coming very narrowly tailored and focusing on the problem is a good approach. It's what we've done with Vista Del Rey. It's what we've done with other apartment complexes who've had problems. Is we've said, if you're over a certain amount of threshold of violent crime calls within a month, if you meet that threshold, then we're going to have this additional requirement for you to have law enforcement on site, right? So that's an example of something we've looked at doing in terms of how do we narrowly tailor an ordinance or a requirement on someone to address a specific problem. So I think that's a good approach. I do feel compelled to address some of the comments that have been made. So I'm going to start, this is in no particular area. I think in the requirements you mentioned, Mr. Stevens, something about having 2 ways to exit a sleeping area and signing an affidavit to that purpose. If a residential house doesn't have ingress egress, it doesn't meet code. Like, you can't call it a bedroom if it doesn't have 2 entryways in and out, a door and a window. So that's like fundamental to houses built, like they would not be lived in if they didn't have that. So to ask somebody to attest that just creates, in my opinion, a bit of noise.
If they've renovated.
If they've renovated their house out of code, then that sounds like a bad idea. But
they're signing that.
I hear your point. That's a very minor item. So there's things we look at here about an adverse public like we want to advance a public purpose or advance some issue around mitigating parties in Mr. Campos's neighborhood. That can be done in a number of ways. And so in some of my research in preparing for this, it's no secret that I have a short-term rental in the city. There are a number of online groups that people who want to be responsible owners and responsible hosts on these platforms go to. And so in that research, I actually found if you go to Airbnb and make a complaint that somebody's throwing a party and you cite that this party is occurring in violation of Airbnb's policy, and you can find their policy online, it says globally all their properties are supposed to not have parties. You can submit that to Airbnb. I would encourage you to do it on their public Twitter account or Instagram or whatever other platform of your choice. And if they get investigated and in fact they're having a party and in fact they're violating the terms of service of Airbnb, they get deplatformed, and by Airbnb's own policy, an address, if it gets deplatformed, regardless of ownership or change of ownership, that property address can never be listed again. Airbnb constitutes 85% of all the short-term rental bookings in the world. They have the greatest market share. So yes, could they be listed on VRBO? Sure. Could they be listed on Booking.com? Sure. But Airbnb is the major player in the space. So I would highly encourage you, if you're still experiencing problems, I haven't heard anything since the last occurrence, was it early February? But if you're still experiencing those problems, I would highly encourage you, take to social media, let the free market dictate what's going to happen. And these companies have a vested interest in making sure that their policies are followed. So that would be one thing. I think we talked about it with regard to the zoning issue earlier. A private solution oftentimes is better than a public one or a governmental one. So whether it's people want to get together and form a land trust, whether it's people want to get together and form an HOA, as we talked about at the town hall, or whether it's you want to go and provide policy evidence that says someone's violating policy. Same thing with their homestead exemption. If somebody's got a homestead exemption and they're a tax cheat, report them to the county assessor's office and they'll come down hard on them. I guarantee it. And that's independent of anything we do here. I'm going to address something that I believe Mr. Powers mentioned. What is the difference between a short-term rental in a residential home and an extended stay motel? Well, an extended stay motel, if we look at Town Place Inn and Suites right here next to Walgreens, that's a single structure. And I'm sure the fire chief would love to come in here and talk to you about the differences between that structure from a fire, health, and safety perspective and a residential home. They're very, very different. If I have someone smoking in a bedroom at the extended stay motel and they light the building on fire, there's a lot greater potential loss of life than in a residential home. So they're very different in terms of the property, in terms of the zoning, in terms of those kinds of things. In terms of taxes, why shouldn't a short-term rental pay commercial taxes? Well, if you want to do that, then you're saying not just a short-term rental, but any commercial purpose, I believe was the word you used, any commercial purpose. So what if somebody's renting their property out at all, regardless of the duration, be it 30 days, be it a year, be it 5 years, whatever that lease term is, that's a commercial activity. Should they pay commercial taxes? And if so,
it's the same rate.
If so, you're suggesting that 52% of our city, that's according to the last census, 52.1% of our city's households are rental households. So you're pushing an idea for, again, as Mr. Mata mentioned, for one neighborhood that had one problem, we're now blowing this up to affect over half of our community. So I think those are some challenges. Mr. Stevens brought up the questions about why don't people comply with these things, or whether it's 20%, whether it's 35%, whatever it is, why don't people comply with either voluntary or mandatory regulations or registrations? And Mr. Stevens said it in his own presentation. He said registration is the first step to being able to take it away. We've heard this in another arena. In the area of gun control, we've heard this topic about if you want to confiscate guns, the first thing you do is you register them, right? So, when we talk about how do we solve the problem, there are a number of ways that we can solve the problem. I think Mr. Stevens has portions of his proposal that could be a good first step. But when we start to add complexity to it is when we start to get into both legal and moral hot water. Mr. Martinez brought up several issues about homeowner requirements. That's a complete straw man argument. If somebody wants to book a house that makes you mow the lawn, believe it or not, I've never required that from a host or from a guest. I had a couple from Canada that came to stay with their grandson who was 7 years old, and they asked my permission for him to mow our lawn. And after pleading and saying, no, you really don't have to, they were like, no, he wants to. Okay, right? I'm not going to stand in their way of doing that. But homeowners have and hosts on these platforms do have a wide variety of requests that they make. And guess what? There's been backlash against those things. There's been things on social media against those things. High cleaning fees, additional fees beyond the rental itself. People in the free market have rebelled against these things, and we've seen in the industry how that's affected behavior of hosts and guests. I love the conversation about hot tax because there's no end to already having plans to spend other people's money. Mr. Campos is already talking about legislation that's maybe going to pass the state legislature for other options for the hot tax and how we can use that for other infrastructure. Mr. Martinez's own numbers that he quoted at potentially $30,000 in hot tax that's available out there. I'd like to ask Mr. Martinez how much of that, rhetorically of course, how much of that would be paid to this third-party service provider to do us the good service of being able to enforce and collect that amount of money, and then compare that to our $25 million budget. It's a rounding error. So with all of that, I think that there's a path forward here, but I would strongly caution this body against getting into any sort of regulation or requirement that's going to get this body and this city sued, because it's going to cost us far more than we would ever make in hot taxes. If you think about it from this perspective, let's say we make $30,000 a year in hot taxes. It takes one lawsuit, about 10 hours of lawyer time to pay for a year's worth of hot taxes. So is the juice really worth the squeeze? At the end of the day, we still have the problem that Mr. Campos and his neighbors brought up, and that is, how do we address a problem when there's a irresponsible owner or guests that are out of control? We have noise ordinances. We have trash ordinances. We have parking ordinances. We need to use them. And if that's problematic, if it doesn't raise to the level of being a bother or calling the police, then do we really need to put something in place that's going to be more restrictive on other citizens? I really take issue with this idea of an absentee owner. If you've ever known anything about a short-term rental, I encourage you to go stay in one and tell me that before you arrive, that owner was absentee in order for that house to be ready for you to come in. Were the beds made? Were the floors swept and mopped? Were the dishes clean? That's not an absentee owner, and there is far more work that goes into maintaining a short-term rental than just collecting a check like you might with a long-term. So that's a whole lot. Happy to continue the discussion, happy to help craft an ordinance, and happy to even move forward with an ordinance from in terms of direction. But there's a lot of these elements that I really would caution us against piling. Pets. I love that the pet ordinance that we have. We drafted it back in 2018, and we addressed specifically that issue of animals running at large. Right? It's on the books. Let's use that. It has absolutely nothing to do with how long someone rents a property for. It is, are they a nuisance? Are they letting their dog out? Are they being too loud? Are they being a disruption to their neighbors? All of these things can be covered in our ordinances. And when we start talking about adding on layers and layers and layers of regulation, it makes you feel good because government's doing something. But at the end of the day, it has a negative effect. And I'll sum it up by simply quoting President Reagan. The government's view of an economy can be summed up in a few short phrases. If it moves, tax it. If it keeps moving, regulate it, and if it stops moving, subsidize it. That's what we're talking about. It's a cycle, and it will happen. We have a housing shortage. Let's take care of these things in the way that we should, as opposed to over.
All right, I think everybody's gotten their say, right? I don't know if we're ready for Nicole to draft something yet. I think we're still got some.
Up to y'all. What do y'all want to
Yeah,
do?
so I'm thinking that maybe we ought to, go ahead, Mr. Martinez and Mr. Stevens, but we've also got 10 o'clock, we need to make a motion to continue. Yes, go ahead.
Right now, with all this discussion going on, I really believe we need to have a sit-down meeting away from council, maybe send it to CPAC or have just a general meeting with the residents and bring it up and then move forward. But I don't think we're even ready to take the next step right now.
No, but that's what he wanted to do. He wanted to just start the process, and
Yes.
that's what we're doing.
Have a CPAC meeting or have a community meeting
Workshop
to
or
discuss,
something.
or workshop
Okay.
to discuss this.
All right,
I think a workshop's better because
Yeah.
you're actually giving the opportunity for the residents of that.
exactly, and not just the CPAC. Okay, Mr. Stevens, go ahead, your hand was up next.
So I don't mind that workshop idea. I think getting it tied up in a committee or whatever. I mean, honestly, we're going to have different opinions. And I would say when we have Nicole draft the ordinance, I would say let's do a roll call vote on each individual item. So, for example, hot tax or no, that type of thing. But just go down the list, because ultimately I don't think there's so many different complexities to this, and we just need to come out with a product in the end. And I think even, different ones of us will have different opinions on certain elements. And
Well, like the number per neighborhood. That's a good example. I think that's.
Well, that wasn't in this proposal
Right,
at all.
but she's recommending.
Yeah, so I will say, and I know that we have 3 votes on this council. It might change in, May or June or whenever, May, right?
May 6th.
But all of the extra proposals, the intention of this PowerPoint is narrowly tailored. And so as the one person that does affect the majority, when we've previously discussed this, hot taxes, all that stuff is off the table. And so if you want to discuss that, we should just wait until the election. I think this is a good start. And ultimately, we're trying to resolve a problem that the residents have brought to us. We aren't trying to generate more revenue. We aren't trying to just badger people with excess regulation. We aren't trying to consume a lot of staff time to implement some new policy. We just want to resolve the problems that have been brought before us. And I think every time we get onto this level of let's just do another thing, let's add another thing, because San Antonio did it and Austin did it and all these cities did it. First, just look and see what cities enforce before you say that their ordinance says that also. That's what I encourage.
So I'm hearing y'all would like to do a workshop. Would y'all like a Saturday workshop or a workshop before a council meeting? So starting at 6 o'clock?
Okay.
Let's do it on
I thought I heard you
Saturday.
say.
If you want to hear from the
Saturday morning
citizens.
with
I don't
breakfast?
want to get it tied up in a committee and then at the end of the day, y'all don't want to adopt what the committee brings forth. And so, I think that's a waste of time. And I think we've proven that can be a waste of time. And so if y'all want to hear from the citizens, I think a workshop is, because then you get to hear from the neighborhood and from the people the problems.
But should we do it now, or should we
Yeah,
do it
I
after
think-
the election?
I think a workshop is a good idea, like we did before over at the fire department, or maybe we could rent a place to have it.
Wah, wah, wah.
Okay, who else over here? Yep, anybody else?
I mean, I've never had a problem speaking my mind, and I'll be completely transparent. In May, Mr. Campos or his opponent are gonna take my seat, which is fine. I chose not to run for re-election. This council will change its makeup, and when I become a private citizen, I'll advocate with just as much verve, and I'll encourage the elected members of our community to represent all voices. And so, whether we proceed with drafting an ordinance now, or whether you guys want to wait till after the election, that's up to the majority of this body. I think that we've heard the input of the people who have a problem. We had extensive conversation at the town hall. But again, as Mr. Stevens said, every additional time we talk about it, we want to throw another log on the fire, and we want to talk about some other element of it. And what of those elements actually solve the problem that Mr. Campos and his neighbors have brought to this body? And I think the way we can best address that, if we really need to pass an ordinance about short-term rentals, is that we start small, and then if we need to add on to it because it continues to be a problem, great. I like the approach of a tiered response. If somebody becomes problematic, they have more requirements, just like Vista Del Rey, just like we've done with other apartment complexes and other issues. The idea is that our ordinance is not designed to create enforcement or be punitive. It's not designed to be a revenue generator. It's designed to solve a problem. That's our mandate and to address that goal. So if we're able to draft an ordinance that solves that goal, great. Like I'll fully support it. But I would caution us against moving into too broad of territory just because it's been brought up as part of this discussion.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Roscoe.
Let's do the workshop. One of the things that Mr. Mata had brought up about us being on this for so long and beating it to death, one of the things is that in the research here, some cities have been working on this for 3 to 4 years, and to the point where Dallas sent it to the voters. That's how complicated it can get, because had Councilor Hefner indicated, people continue to put logs on it. One of the things was that this is my house. I don't want a mini hotel next to me, where the other side says, this is my house. I can go ahead and do whatever I want to do with it. So, of course, it's taking people longer. So sometimes, yeah, it may seem like it can be worked out like that, but there's so many opinions that it's going to take a while. And like I said, Stevenson just started it. We'll have the workshop, and let's go and work it out together.
Okay. All right. So then I see Dr. Caldera, can you just send us out some dates, and we can get a consensus as to when we should have it?
My question is before or after the election? Y'all tell me.
Okay.
I have a comment.
Yes, Mr. Stevens.
So I actually don't think I'm in favor of the workshop, and here's the reason why. Our limitations are not based on the number of complaints. There's legal limitations that we're going to have. And there's no reason to have citizens come and we already know the complaints. They can send us more issues that they're having that we can try to resolve. But the truth is, we need to, if we want to resolve the problem, which I think some of us want to resolve the problem, some of us just want to regulate the hell out of the community. But if we want to resolve the problem, then I think we should move forward on at least something that is trying to address the problem, and by having legal, the legal review done on that component or components, plural or whatever, because ultimately a workshop is, I just imagine how it's going to happen. People are going to come up and they're going to say, we want to regulate the number on the street, right? That's already been said. Well, can we even legally do that? Yes. Like, no, I don't think the answer is yes. And so that's why.
Penny does it.
Again, the city of San Antonio does not enforce their ordinance. If you look at the stats, it's public information. They don't enforce their ordinance, period. Ask a police officer that works in the city of San Antonio. They don't enforce it. And so I think I'd encourage everybody to do research. If they're going to say this certain city does this or that or whatever, if they're getting sued, they're trying to enforce it. Austin. If they're not getting sued, they're not enforcing it. San Antonio. But I think that we should, again, if we want to resolve the problem, that we should try to pick out portions of this that we would like to see implemented at least, and then say, can you please analyze that to see if it's lawful or if it's going to get us sued?
Why don't we send those elements forward and we discuss it more at the next meeting? Let's do it that way.
Sounds good.
That's just an idea, because we're going to
So
go on and on.
Add this agenda item on again.
But everybody send
Well,
their
what's the
top
purpose of
priority.
that?
Well, I thought we needed to narrow it. I mean, how many of us want a permit? How many of us want, you know what I'm saying, there's a hot tax? How many, I don't know. I mean, I just...
So is there any components that we would like the
I understand
attorney...
what you're saying. You're trying to just solve the problem and not generate revenue and stuff like that.
I mean, is there any reason why the attorney can't draft an ordinance that uses his 3 levels of...
You can, but it just needs to be y'all's consensus. I'm going to spend money for her to use his PowerPoint to draft an ordinance.
Yeah.
So that's why I asked. I said you could do that. You could workshop
Yep.
it. It could go to CPAC. You can, get more, because the mayor would like the, regulate the number per street. So
Well,
I'm
that's
just,
just what
I
I've
mean,
heard.
that's just, but again, Nicole would have to take a look on whether or not we could even do that. But is that something y'all want to consider?
Right. So I think the way that we handle this is we take Mr. Stevens's proposal on the two pieces, which is tiers of registration and tiers of enforcement. We get that into an ordinance. We start there. I'm sure you'd agree, Crystal, that once you have an ordinance in place, it's a whole lot easier to amend it than it is to create something from whole cloth. And so,
Sent a couple of less restrictive
Straightforward.
ordinances.
Yeah.
Straightforward, I think.
Yeah.
I
Right.
sent that one
So-
to you because that was real
4-day
simple.
and-
right.
I
So
mean-
if we can get Nicole to draft something that just has the basic, here's the tiers, here's the enforcement tiers, here's how our approach is, and make sure that all those things are legal, then if we want to add hot tax in the future, if we want to add density in the future, if we want to add the color of the house in the future, we can do
Got the
that.
consensus of the council is to have Nicole tailor an ordinance based on Councilor Stevens' proposal this evening.
Or is there anything that somebody would like to specifically exclude
Well-
from this?
Okay, I'm just wondering about just registering, just a registration. I know you have voluntary, but I mean, I think it's important that we know where.
Well,
our-
it's voluntary for 8 or less.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, Mayor. I think that's the whole point is the
Yeah.
problem is you write an ordinance, you say you must register.
Well,
People aren't
Or
going to
what?
register.
Or what? We're going to go send the police and arrest them? We can't. There's.
Are you going to lock their, are you going to put a red notice on their house that says you're going to be trespassed?
That's the problem. There's
if you go into your
there's
own
nothing
house?
you can do to make them registered. Like as Councilor Stevens pointed out with San Antonio, that's their issue. Many places, Austin's even less. They can't make them register. You can find out where they're at. You could report them to Bear County that they're claiming a homestead exemption, and maybe they are, maybe they're not. Maybe they live there part of the time, and you don't know everybody's business. But that's the problem to me.
And so I think this is what I would propose, is that we go forward with ordinance drafted on Mr. Stevens' proposal. We have these tiers. It addresses the homes in Mr. Campos's neighborhood because I believe the two homes that are near his property, one allows 12 guests, one allows 14 guests, and advertises as such. So those would both fall into category 2 category B or C. And then
Yeah.
Again, like to Mr. Bradshaw's point, we can pass the ordinance and we can say it's mandatory registration for those properties, but there's literally no teeth if they don't register, other than, like, I guess they have to get a
Okay,
certificate of occupancy.
I understand. Thank you. I appreciate that. Mr. Martinez, one last comment, and then we've got to have a motion to continue anyway. Go
I
ahead.
still think we need to have a citizen input, and I would still like to see some kind of a
Well, if
Saturday
it's brought
meeting.
back, would we have the two reads?
Of course.
We would. So I think that's a good
Well-
citizen input.
And
So-
I still would like to see that. And
Okay.
for for the hot tax, we already have an ordinance for short-term rentals or for hotels. We already have the ordinance. We're just not enforcing our own ordinance. That's just like Councilor
Bradshaw.
Bradshaw mentioned about our dog leash. We have a law regulating dogs have to be on leashes. We already have a law referencing short-term rentals and the hotel occupancy tax in our charter or in our the ordinances. We already have it, so it's not even have to come up. We've already have it. It's just people that have short-term rentals really need to start paying their taxes.
Or else.
That's up to the county or the state to handle it. That's tax evasion.
Okay.
So it sounds like it's not a city issue, what you're saying.
Do you want to make a motion or like?
I'll make a motion that we ask the city attorney to bring back an ordinance drafted based on Mr. Stevens' presentation this evening for 3 levels of registration, 3 levels of enforcement, and bring that back at the next meeting.
Do you have enough time to bring that
The
back
next
by the
meeting, or do you
21st,
need
Nicole, or do you need some time?
No, I would need more time.
Be a lot.
Next available meeting. next available when you have time to draft it.
Yeah. So,
Yeah. And can you?
she said maybe the second meeting in April.
But
So-
she comes in virtually for that
that's
meeting.
right, she comes
So,
in
so
virtually.
I'll second that motion, but I have a request that when you kind of draft it out or whatever, or if you give us an analysis, can you just email that to us whenever you finish it?
Okay, so we have a,
I'll just tell you all what I talked to Councilmember Stevens about, and it's the tiers and equal protection. The number of people may be seemed arbitrary to all folks who own short-term rentals, and then you break it off into 8 or 12. But those are the things that I'll look into with this idea in mind of registration, levels of enforcement, and then different types of registration.
okay. All right, so we have a motion by Counselor Hefner and a second by Counselor Stevens to direct the city attorney to draft an ordinance based on the PowerPoint presentation by Mr. Stevens with the levels of enforcement and the level of the ABC. What was that? I know it's getting late. Registration, there we go.
And we can still,
Yeah.
like, the good thing is we'll have a shell of it. We'll learn about if we can have tiered based on the number of people that they allow to stay
yeah.
there. But we can continue if we want to thoroughly discuss adding on more or taking, hopefully we don't have a research something that we're going to take off, but but we'll have a shell already available. And I think we constantly hear from the citizens about this issue, so.
Okay. All right, so all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Okay, thank you. And it is after 10:10, and may I have let's look at the agendas and see what we can, you'll want to power through and get everything done?
Reads and then just a policy on PTO and
Yeah.
blood. I'd like to do the policy on blood tonight, if y'all don't mind.
I know we were saying that that's been on our
Pipeline for
for years, or
And
for
I-
a year, so you
yeah.
wanted it today, and I said, okay, let's do it. So, and Ms. Fernandez has been sitting very patiently, so we'll do that one. Announcements, city manager's report, consent agenda, that shouldn't take very long, and 2 reads under the regular agenda. It's first reads that we could get. It's up to y'all, or if y'all want to.
I'm okay, but
They can just
say we finish by 11 o'clock.
Okay, I think we can do it.
Yeah, I would say we limit any individual topic to no more than 7 minutes.
Okay, sounds good. All right. Ms. Hernandez, we're going to go on. Presentation 4.3, presentation, discussion, and possible action on a blood donor paid time off policy. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. So we have brought to you for consideration the question of a blood donor paid time off policy. This blood donor paid time off policy would only be eligible to certain employees. The options are as written, to approve with amendments, or to disapprove the proposed policy. Of course, this is at the discretion of the City Council. The approval of this policy would reflect your appreciation for the employees' contributions by donating blood. The purpose of this policy is having an adequate blood supply is vital to public health. The donation of blood is life-saving and essential part of caring for our community and nationally. This policy would also provide eligible employees an allowable amount of time for the purpose of donating blood. This item has also been on the pipeline for about 9 months.
Mayor, I think we've all seen this in the packet. I'd make a motion to approve this policy.
Well, but before you also make a motion to approve, there are some concerns with the policy. Sorry, I was trying to, I know y'all want to go fast. Can you go on to the policy concerns? I just want to make sure y'all are aware of the policy concerns. This wouldn't apply to your first responders. We can't have them give blood and then return to work. It could cause, same thing with your public works department. They can't go give blood, come work in the heat, and then they drive a tractor into a ditch or they faint or something like that. So this really would only apply to your administrative staff. And so then we were like, well, the administrative staff already gives, like, we give blood at Earthwise, we give blood throughout the day. It would only be one time, once a year, 3 hours dedicated to their personal leave. So then you incur kind of a cost. So like, it becomes PTO. So if you don't use it, the city banks that additional 3 hours. And so, anyway, those are just some concerns. Our insurance provider didn't really recommend that we adopt a policy of this nature. And so it's just something for y'all to consider, but it was on our pipeline. It's been on our pipeline for some time. I don't even know who it was that brought it up and added it to the pipeline.
I saw the concerns. I think the concerns can be mitigated. Like, there's a policy and then there's the administration of the policy, right? So like, you can have the policy that says you give them 3 hours, but then you say, if you're public safety, you take the last 3 hours of your shift, or you do something of the sort to make sure that you're not coming back onto duty, right? Or do it on, yeah. So I think there's ways to be able to mitigate that. And then, I think that the value of adding, obviously, I think we've had the blood mobile come here and stuff. That obviously makes it easier for administrative staff. But I think the value of encouraging blood donation is outweighed by the minimal financial impact. So my motion stands.
Okay.
All right.
Does Mr. Hefner have a second?
We have a motion. Okay, we have a motion by Councilor Hefner and a second by Councilor Stevens to approve the blood policy as presented, blood donor paid time off policy as presented. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
The motion carries 4 ayes and 1 nay.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Then moving on.
To point it out, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the announcements very, very quickly. I just want to thank everybody who came out to Earthwise, including a lot of staff members. Dr. Caldera was at the front table and Eric Mata. Yep, that's right. You were a good volunteer as well, from 8 to 12, and you were there most of the day too. But anyway, thank you so much. They told me the estimated attendance was 800 to 1,000. I don't know, but we had a lot of people there. We really did. It was so awesome. So thank y'all very much. We're going to debrief tomorrow to try to improve upon it. Red light camera bill, I spoke to the chief of staff for Representative Philip Cortez, and he wants to know, he asked me who on the council will be going to the hearing, and he is going to call me back with the date and the time. It's still in flux, so I told him I'd ask, and so if you would let Dr. Caldera know, I think, or you could let me know, but I don't, they don't know the date yet, but yeah, so anyway, so that's what he was asking, and I said, but he didn't have that. Daylight savings time is Sunday, so don't forget we're going to all lose an hour. And I also had a call from a citizen who wanted to know about the garage sale. Do we have anybody signed up for the garage sale in May? She was
No, not yet, but the e-news that's coming out this Friday has an update on that, just to start calling in.
Here's her concern. The garage sale is over Memorial Day weekend. She said people are out of town, and she would like to request that we change it. And I said, I'll bring it to the council. So I think we're flexible, and we were just wondering if anybody had already signed up for one.
No, I hadn't opened up the sign up yet.
So weekend prior, maybe? Okay.
I'll give you some dates. Mm-hmm.
All right. And then happy spring break, but we also have a happy birthday. Mr. Bradshaw, you're only going to be 40 years young, right, on March the 17th. Let's sing happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. You're St. Patrick's Day. Birthday to you. My brother has happy birthday, Mr. Bradshaw. Happy birthday to you, and many more.
Thank you.
Now, in my family, you have to go around the room and tell them why you love them. But that's okay. We won't do that. But we've always done that at our house. So have a great day. Do appreciate it. Okay, would you want to go with your announcements first, since it's your birthday?
Sure. I just I didn't have anything exactly tonight. I did go to Earthwise Living. It was a really good turnout. Saw a lot of people there, a lot of citizens. I just had a question. Are we going to have a kind of like we do with 4th of July, like a recap of Earthwise, or should I just give my feedback to the committee?
The committee's recapping tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
But we can give y'all a report.
Yeah.
As soon as we do.
But if you have some input, I've already got
the
some from
input
Tina.
I had was parking.
Parking. That's
enough parking.
Yeah.
The Tiger truck and the bus took up about 20 spaces. I think they should be moved somewhere else instead of in parking spots.
Good. That's what we need to hear.
And then we couldn't hear you, Mayor. I was standing right next to you and I couldn't hear you. So many people couldn't hear you.
Well, you know what? My son said, Mom, I have a friend and he could have I'm going to see if he'll donate his, and you would
Sound
blast
system.
the whole thing.
That's what
you
we
know?
need. But also, it should also broadcast because people are out
Yeah.
inside the community center milling around and looking at all the booths.
Mhm.
If you're speaking, the speakers in there should
Yeah.
pick up your.
So, yeah, I agree.
So, that was
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you.
All good things, and I will bring that to the committee's attention tomorrow. Okay, Mr. Orozco.
Thank you, Mayor. On Saturday, I got to attend Cultural Diversity Day at Marshall High School, and it was
Thank
really
you.
great. I want to thank Kelly Rosti for helping me out all day long there, and Senator Menendez was there as well. I believe it's going to become a huge event. Other schools were involved in it, and there were several hundred people there. So again, thank you for the invitation.
Right. Just to clarify, I was invited to go to that event, and I had a conflict with Earthwise, and so Mayor Pro Tem Orozco stepped in. So thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it. Great. Okay, Councilor Hefner.
A couple items. So on the legislative front, did have some updates from the State House. So Representative Cortez, the next step in each, both on the House and Senate side, is both bills have been referred to committee. Representative Cortez has submitted his hearing request.
Okay.
Those hearings will be on Wednesday. They're usually posted the Friday prior. That committee, the Transportation Committee in the House, has not yet set their first hearing, but once they set their first hearing, they'll typically have hearings weekly. So we should be.
But it'll be on a Wednesday for sure.
The hearing will be
Okay.
on a Wednesday.
All right.
So we should be able to plan when that hearing will be and be able to coordinate travel plans to get out there. On the Senate side, I was in touch with Senator Nichols' Transportation Office earlier today, and they also have not posted a date for their next meeting, but they also haven't received a request from Senator Menendez.
Okay.
And so I'm in touch with Senator Menendez's office to get that request for a hearing in. And I would imagine that those hearings are on a similar cadence. It may not be the same day, so we'll play that by ear and get some more updates. The other item that I had is there's an issue here locally. If anybody is familiar with Moses Rose's Bar downtown, there's a issue where San Antonio City Council has voted to enact eminent domain and take this gentleman's property from him. And there's a come and take it rally that is scheduled for March 11th at 5 p.m. So that's in Travis Park downtown. I'd encourage anybody who is supportive of private property rights to come and support that.
Thank you. Mr. Stevens?
Yeah, I appreciate you sharing that event. It's quite, I think the frustration with that is that the city of San Antonio was unwilling to go to the table and negotiate a fair price, which is very unfortunate.
Come and take it.
I just wanted to comment really quickly on the Leon Valley Jazz Fest. Something we're doing on social media is going well because there's so much interest in that event. There's my thing right now says 493 people going or interested, and so I think it's actually surprising to me to see that for the Jazz Fest. So I'm very interested in how July 4th will look. But yeah, I just wanted to compliment whatever we're doing. It's working. That might have been a viral thing. I don't really know, but looks good.
Can I just add? I mean, because we got such a good response, and I think we've got a really great staff that knows social media. And so we also had members on our committee that know social media. So we were just blasting it out through social media. So that could be why. I'm not sure. But anyway, thank you. Appreciate it. All right, Mr. Martinez.
The mayor, last Thursday and Friday, the mayor asked me if I'd attend the TML mid-year conference downtown. And I went, and it was very enlightening. One of the things that I heard that's illegal in Texas, but I'm not for certain, some states are having what they call red light camera 2.0, where they're putting speed cameras up. So if you're driving down the road, you'll get a ticket in the mail, a speeding ticket in the mail. So that was one of the things that they brought up there. And of course, when I mentioned the swimming
In
people,
place of the red light cameras?
yeah, they're putting in speed cameras.
Oh, okay.
And that's where I also heard about some of the
Where's that
well, in New Mexico, they put those in Albuquerque, but they're putting them around the country.
They're unconstitutional in Texas, thank God.
Thank God. That's where I also heard about the people renting their swimming pool for the day.
Oh, okay. Yeah, all
So,
right, very good.
and the additional dwelling units, like in California, they're doing away with R1. So there's a lot of information that came out of the TML conference.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I signed up for it. I wasn't able to go, but I didn't want to waste the taxpayers' dollars. So anyway, Mr. Martinez said flexibility in your schedule, so thank you. All right, City Manager's report, Dr. Caldera.
Your city manager's report has been sent to y'all yesterday. It's outside and it's also online. I don't have anything else to add, just thanking everybody that came to participate for Earthwise Living. It was great.
Just want to clarify, because it has on your report, we'll be seeking possible date for the retreat, but we did set that last time,
Yes, it
June
will be-
17th.
It will be, oh, it stayed on the thing. Yes, sorry.
Okay,
Yes, it will
very
be June
good. Just
17th.
wanted to clarify.
And
Okay.
then Angela will be reaching out to anybody running and then the members of the council
Okay,
that can hold it.
excellent. All right, consent agenda item 7.1 and 7.2. May I have a motion and a second? Those are just minutes.
I'll make an motion, we
All right.
approve.
We
as
have
presented.
we have a motion by Councilor Orozco and a second by Councilor Martinez to approve the consent agenda item as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Moving to 8.3, presentation and discussion to consider approval of an ordinance amending LVCC Chapter 1, General Provisions, Article 1.06, Boards, Commissions, and Committees, Section 1.06.002, Texas Advisory Board, Subsection E, Duties, first read as required by City Charter. And you're not Melinda, but anyway, Dr. Caldera is here to present. Thank you.
Good evening. I can be as fast as Melinda, though. This is just a cleanup. This is some housekeeping. This amendment will revise the duties of the Park Commission and amend some sections of the Tree Advisory Board. As if you remember, the council merged the Tree Advisory Board duties and the Park Commission duties, and so now any tree variances come directly to the council. And so in review of that, we noticed there is some just housekeeping items. We're going to take out resolution number. Y'all upped the date, gosh, a couple of years ago on the number of trees, 10,000 trees by 2020. So it needed to be changed to 2025. That was an original conversation a couple of years ago. It just never was updated in the actual ordinance.
Okay.
Again,
yes, excuse me.
Whether or not we will meet the 10,000 trees by 2020.
Actually, not my question.
Oh, okay.
My question was, how many have been planted so far, and how many are still alive? Because I'm guessing those numbers are very far apart.
Yeah, I don't.
We had
I
a
don't know.
brutal summer last year. Ooh, it's
But
terrible.
I can have Melinda see if, I don't know if we have.
We don't have it. You don't waste time on it. We don't have it.
She needs to go around and inspect all.
I'll go around and inspect all the trees. But a lot of trees sometimes, like when we give out our Earthwise, we count those trees, but I can guarantee you a lot of those trees aren't even Leon Valley residents. There's a lot of people there that show up that aren't Leon Valley residents.
And the trees that I've gotten from that have been dead when I got them.
Have been dead when you got them? Really? Oh, okay. Have been dead when he got them, is what he said.
Sorry, didn't mean to derail.
No. So again, just some housekeeping items. Take out the word conduct, participate in city-sponsored tree planting giveaway, and again, the members will be part of the Park Commission. We'll take out coordinate boards, take out communicate with the state departments and transportation and highway projects within that would affect public trees. They'd be taking out section 10, which recommend with the assistance of the selected arborists and remove any public trees as part of their duties. And then they would end section 11 for the South Texas area and remove visibility requirements of existing on and off-premise signage, the types of kind of trees that will be responsible chosen to avoid materially obstructing the property by impairing visibility of the business signage.
Make a motion we adopt as written.
And that's
Second.
All right. Well, you know what? There's no vote. This is the
First read.
This is the first read. So what I would ask is
Add to consent.
add to the consent exactly for the next time. But it looks like it's a consensus. All right. Moving then to 8.4. Again, this is a first read 8.4, so we will not vote. Presentation and discussion to consider approval of an ordinance amending Chapter 15 zoning, Article 15.01 zoning ordinance, Division 13, Organization and Enforcement, Section 15.02, 722, General Statutes, Ordinances, and Rules applying to the Board of Adjustment as mandated by the Texas Local Government Code. And again, this is our first read. Ms. Teague, if you'll continue.
Sure.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And welcome back.
Thank you. So the question is to consider approval of an ordinance amending Chapter 15 zoning, Article 15.01, Division 13, and this is the general statutes, ordinances, rules applying to the Board of Adjustment to incorporate regulations regarding the board appeals as mandated by the Texas Local Government Code. Options to approve the amendments, deny, or other. At February 28th, the Planning and Zoning Commission did recommend approval. So to consider the approval of an ordinance amending the Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Chapter 15, Article 15.01, to incorporate the new Texas state laws. The Texas legislature revised the regulations in the Texas Statutes, Local Government Code, Section 211.008. So some of the revisions in the proposed amendment include the following. Directs applicants to Leon Valley to Appendix A, the fee schedule, change the name of the Zoning Commission to Planning and Zoning Commission, changes the minimum board members required for decisions from 4 to 75%, and also adds RE-1, R7, and Plan Development Zoning Districts when this portion was part of the code that was written. Changes who is allowed to appeal the zoning administrator's decision, changes the findings for proving unnecessary hardship, financial cost, and potential loss. The decision places property in conflict with other municipal codes, that the decision creates unreasonable encroachment, allows the board to consider a decision by the administrator, expands on the regulations for judicial review. Questions?
Okay. Any questions on this? Again, this is...
Make a motion, we move this to consent.
Okay, very good. All right, so we'll move it to the consent for the next meeting. Thank you. Appreciate it. Agenda item 9 is citizens to be heard. Anyone, again, want to address the council? All right, seeing no one. Any request on number 10 from the members of City Council to add anything to the future agenda items? That's very unusual. Okay, none. All right, so if there's no objection, we move to adjourn at 10:30 on March the 7th. Happy spring.
Oh yeah, that's important, right? Oh yeah, you bet.
So one's for the house, the other's for the Senate.
Hey, don't forget to sign any of these things. There's one for each person.
What are we signing?
No, there's just 2 copies. Okay. There's 2 copies. I need to one's for house, one's for Senate. We're going to CC everybody. So we just only have to sign it.
Okay.
Does it need to be blue ink?
Well, let me tell you what it is.
Yeah.
Always sign
Yeah.
My birthday card?
Sure.
Yeah, well, this one has color. I guess.
Yeah, but when they copy it.
What about when everybody gets only color copies? Then you're gonna have an issue.
You guys want to
No.
Sure. Pass it around. We can just all take a bite.
take a bite?
I just want the frosting, so I'm just gonna lick the top of it. Huh? Yes, all the way through. We're trying to figure out an option on how to fix that. We can't figure it out.
We're trying to figure it out.
Our mics stay on when we're on live stream for YouTube.
Oh, really?
But they turn off for the live version for Swagit that's on our system. So we can't figure out how to turn off the mics for the YouTube stream. Or not us, IT people, Swagit, YouTube, nobody can. There's something weird with our system. Good, I'm running background right now. And then whoever background, I'm running background on both. So whoever comes up with the least amount. Well, I offered it, she declined entirely, like she doesn't want to do it. So we went with the number 2 candidate, which I need to talk to Josh and Councilor Hefner about so they know that before it comes back.
Well, they can't threaten you.
Oh, so they got him kicked off. How many people did it take to record? Wait, so they got it, y'all got him kicked off?
And so they, Natalie
Good luck.
I will be
right? Like,
older.
Wow. Is that just one of them? Just one of them, right? Because there's 2 in here. 2 that are active.
Well, so
one that's on the end and one that's in the middle.
the other one.
Sorry, which one got kicked off? The one at the intersection? Okay, the other one is down at the bottom of the cul-de-sac on Count Adrian?
We'll see what the summer is going to be interesting.
But that one wasn't the problem one, right? The one at the down. Yeah.
So apparently that address will be deplatformed forever.
For Airbnb.
Like even if a new owner, they won't be able to.
If they sell the property, because here's what happens. I've seen this happen where people go out and they're like, I'm going to speculatively buy a property because all of my market analysis says it's got this, this, and this, and these are in high demand, and I can make this much revenue. And so they speculatively buy the property, then they go to list it, and Airbnb's like, no, this address is permanently blocked. And if you get deplatformed, you're gone. You're done. They swim what?
With a swim up bar.
Oh yeah. Yes. But again, that one was operating all last year. And no, that's solid.
That house is really nice. I saw that house when it was listed for sale.
The addressee, but then CC.
It's a nice little area.
Thank you. Get everybody to sign.
Yeah, you bet.
Hey, so Philip, so if that house is deplatformed,
is
right?
That the younger one?
Let us look over the next 6 weeks.
Why'd she
if anybody ever books, like right now, starting next week is when spring break and forward is the peak season. So like all of the pricing gets updated starting like early March. So if it books for spring break, well it won't, it's not an Airbnb, but if it books to another platform or something, like I would encourage you to go over there and just be like, hey, you guys are already out.
Can we
feign it? Let's say, I'd love to have family come. Where did you guys go?
Oh my God, such a
where did you find this place? I didn't see it on Airbnb. And you can kind of like social engineer it that way, because like I really doubt that people are looking on Craigslist. People don't go.
You know, we can be millionaires if we put that money into anything. Like we would all be super wealthy when we got all this. Right? Putting it into the system.
But not everybody bought the house. That's not that simple. And so there's a lot of people that find that.
That's the one at the corner. Okay, the one at the bottom of the hill.
amount of money.
I think he lives in Michigan. Maybe. I don't know.
We'll see what happens to the castle.
It's listed. It's listed for $400,000. I had a friend of mine who's an investor look at it, and
she was trying to like negotiate
a realtor like 6 months ago. Look at that property. She said it's going to need like $250,000 in rent. So like you basically got to have you got to be able to value that property at 5.5, and it's not there. It's not like from an investor's perspective.
Do you know how much she was making at?
I need to be able to generate 1% of the purchase price of the property a month in order to justify that as a good investment. And that's like a rule of thumb before I even do any deep analysis. If it doesn't pass the 1% rule, I don't even look at it. And so most investors are thinking the same way, and they're saying, oh, it's listed for 400. I've got to put 250 into it. That's 650. I've got to be able to generate $6,500 a month in that property. It doesn't justify it. It's a big property, but it doesn't justify it. On Airbnb, you really, the acreage isn't what sells. It's having a pool, it's having a lot of rooms, and you have to host a lot of guests. because the way people look at it is they're like, oh, I can have a family get together and have 5 families in one place versus 5 hotels. Like that's kind of the comparison.
So the other girl's gonna take more training and stuff.
But how did you get to Airbnb? Did you do social media or did you just email them directly or what?
They emailed me.
Okay.
I didn't do it.
No.
Okay.
Poor Vicky, she's gonna be like, damn, just.
Well, I talked to her today. She was a little late, but she was okay.
Responsive.
And then I did platform.
Yep.
This one has way more. There you go. Than the other one, but she's
Well, I mean,
simultaneous.
again, like if
Yeah, I mean, the main thing is she teachable or not?
you can address it privately.
I think it seemed like she probably is though.
Yeah, and she seems super excited. Enforcement on any of that is.
Yeah. So how long do you think Vicky will have to stick around?
I told Vicky a year, just like all the place, but yet it takes them forever.
Well, okay, that's not what we're talking about when we talk about enforcement. When you're talking about short-term
I'd like to
ordinance,
use Vicky.
you're saying, how do you enforce this? It's not how you shut down parties.
Oh, that's good though, because she's hired at a time where she can really participate.
We can do that. Noise complaint. Okay, somebody shows up, it's still a noise complaint, it's not.
But it's funny
But when you're talking about
because,
short-term rental
what felt
regulations, you're like,
weird, and I think
we used to have a rental
our
regulations, right? They never got used, and we were taxing people $65 a year just to
But it's
not do it.
conditional based on council.
And so
approving
when
information.
you have a short
Uh,
did you register? Oh, you didn't register? Oh,
Like,
we're
I'm
gonna put
extending
your
you, but I can't.
And this happens
See,
like
does that go back to the root of her? Because her issue, I still don't fully understand.
The corner right there. Before.
I mean, there's more to the story.
Maybe that was it.
Wasn't even on the
She got
books.
like a little.
Because like somebody
And they
approached
were
her and
renting
they
around
wanted to like deplete the
Airbnb.
Maybe so
revenue.
that she
The
was.
guy that owned the house
She's like, oh, wait a minute.
came home from work.
I don't know.
He lived, it was a 6-bedroom house, very neat.
So then with Carol, same thing.
6-bedroom
Like,
house.
I'm like.
And it had a pool,
27, so it'll be on.
and he lived there, and he rented out the
She's
room.
like, well, what did they say?
And,
and
he came home
has
from work
another
one
interview
day
somewhere else.
and had a big
So
red
she's like, do I
notice.
turn down this interview?
Do not enter, you know,
I'm telling
trespassing.
you, I'll take it.
Like,
but
if you
then
enter
what-
your own
then I
home,
pass up on
you'll
the
be
job.
charged with
She's got-
criminal trespassing.
Vicky recommended.
And it's like, because he had violated whatever ordinance, at the time, we didn't have anything saying short-term rentals, so they said he was operating. But if you look at our code, a hotel is defined as having 6 rooms or more.
She's gonna
And
still
so
go
it's like-
anyway. Oh yeah.
So I'm
So,
trying,
Hey, we
I'm
just turned
trying
my
to
back,
like,
chief.
I know, isn't he awesome?
Everything will work out in the end. I mean,
Well, to be, so this little like council, they didn't have.
So, okay, completely as
A little bit of a
private citizen.
downfall in the sense that I can't really.
yeah. I mean,
My
ultimately that.
kids' homeschool group in the fall.
Yeah.
Like if you're
is
looking,
this,
if you're not employed and you're looking.
module or something.
numbers,
And they're gonna be
and I
like.
have to wait till let's just.
But
say
she
that-
is employed now, right?
Is it something that you can like coordinate to have a truck?
Oh yeah. So, so you're saying that the younger one was gonna interview in oh, I was thinking it was.
That would be something you would.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying, like I can possibly lose
So
her.
you can grab, yeah.
I'm trying to grab her, but I'm telling her, and she's like, yeah, I'll take it. But I'm letting her know, like, there you go. If I get offered something more council approved,
Hey,
I'm the teaching.
So I only ask
But
because
to take
I've been
this
very
offer,
diligent
council
during my
doesn't
time.
approve, like, you know what I mean, and she's worried.
I don't want to.
We would do it for. It's one of those, but I'm just letting y'all know, like, hey.
Yeah.
Citizen or a resident.
If you schedule it and it makes sense for the time.
Okay,
Okay, cool.
Hey Jed,
We'll
so,
do it.
so
Good night,
she
y'all.
decided
Bye.
that.
See you tomorrow.
she chose the instructor.
Sandra, I'll double check that spelling
She refused the job.
for you.
Yeah.
All
I don't,
right. Thank you.
No, seriously though.
Oh, seriously? Oh.
No, she seriously refused the job offer, but not because she didn't
Oh,
like
she
it.
did refuse the job offer?
Yeah.
So what about her second choice?
So she said, yeah, so this is what that's what I was telling you, this is the downfall of y'all having to affirm my directors, is that,
We don't need to affirm directors.
so she's not employed, right, she's looking,
Yeah.
so
The younger.
I offered her the younger, so I offered her and she's like, absolutely, I'd love to come, like, especially learning from people,
Yeah.
like, I won't get that anywhere. But FYI, I'm looking over here and you're not taking money to council, so I don't even know if I have a job until the council meeting on the 21st. So she goes, I have to keep, like, I want to come.
Can we not, like,
Can you not hire her as like a
no,
contractor or something?
So here's what you do. We can't have a walking quorum. But like, I will fully support your hire. If you think it's a good hire, I'll fully support it. Josh fully support it. Get one other council member and you just,
So I told her, I said,
Yeah.
look, I think everybody, it's gonna go on consent agenda,
Yeah.
and I, like, you know, like, and then I try to be like, we have 4-day work week,
Yeah.
and so she's like, okay, like, I'm in.
She wants to know she has it out. So, sorry, which one was she again?
The one with the slide after.
The auditor,
Oh,
The
okay.
auditor.
the one that came from a city that doesn't have any debt.
So why did the other one turn down the
So she said that she didn't know that we paid and that we are a 7% TMI city, so she can't have 5%. But when I took, when we paid it on,
Yeah.
and then we bumped it up to 1.8.
Right.
But I said, but I'm open to a counter.
Yeah.
And she originally.
Yeah.
Would you like to start off that one?
Yeah. Let's go on.
Like, oh, shit.
And so she goes, no, I just didn't realize that y'all.
Why is that wrong?
Because her net, so she makes one, her net and Bulverde, so she would have had to make 135 here to even.
Because we pay the Social Security.
Because we pay Social Security and we pay 2% higher than tomorrow.
She has the drive also.
But
right?
she gets that benefit.
Yeah, I mean, so some people look at it as a benefit, some people don't.
You
look
say
at it
Social Security is a benefit,
No,
Ted?
no, TMRS.
Oh, TMRS is a
That's
benefit.
the-
Yeah, because it's not Social Security.
Well, TMRS is free money into your retirement.
It's a 2-to-1. But she may have other friends, she's not a director, she may do other things, I don't know.
Sure.
So, okay, so let's just say, so then I said, what will make this work?
Right.
She's like, nope, I don't want to count on doing it. But what I told him, what I think happened was when I sent her out, oh, this is all
She
conditional.
used it somewhere else.
No, I said, this is all conditional based on the council.
Okay.
And I think, remember her response to the reading encounters?
It was because of council, yeah.
And so I have a feeling she was late.
I don't want to deal with the council having to be approving my stuff.
Yeah, is what I really, because come on, if I'm telling you, oh, well, just tell me what number will make this work.
Yeah.
You would tell me a number, like you would at least give me a number and give me the opportunity to say,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah. Or she may have not really been that serious from the beginning.
No, I think it was more likely the political side of things. Like, if she had to leave,
What are you doing?
I spilled Coke on the chair.
Yeah.
It's like.
No, I
Lots of
crumpled my can and it leaked out.
I was like, what is going on over there, guys?
Just a little OCD.
So then, she's not, okay.
I just didn't think.
Are you comfortable with the second
I
option?
am, but maybe she's gonna have to stay on a lot longer than she would have had to in the first one, which I think
And that's a
overall.
double cost for that.
It is a double cost, probably gonna have to come for a budget well, I know we're gonna have to come for a budget adjustment. But I think overall, I think overall you're gonna be in a better position because you're simultaneously training
Yeah.
two people, even though this one has more.
Yeah, you're training on as well.
You're training, I think she'll last.
How long is it on in here?
Trying to make it to.
All right. You understood my questions on the hike and bike thing, right?
I think so.
Like,
So-
I've been trying to push it the whole time I've been on because I like, it was the very first thing when my wife and I moved to Leon Valley. We lived over off Calabria. Our house backed up to one of those trails and we loved it. The very first thing, we bought the house in October, moved in November, and then in January of 2016, we went to town hall and it was discussed, oh, we got a hike and bike trail. And then nothing happened. So that's kind of where that's coming from.
Yeah, so now.
But we have funding for
One
engineering. Well, one is already
Right.
shoveling the ground, so that's going to get done.
That's that, right.
Two, we're doing engineering now,
For
and we
two.
have funding for construction through AAMPO
Not for.
for 80% of the construction
For two,
for segment two,
for segment two.
which takes it from Onion through Rimkus
Correct.
to Evers Road.
Correct. And
Right.
then, so we're looking for segment 3, which is from Evers Road out to our
Not the
city.
center.
Well,
Our city limits, yeah.
To that area. But our
But-
segment
yeah.
1 is gonna stop here right now, right before
keep
the,
running.
well, no. Right now, right before, so like when you see this segment 1, it's gonna stop like before he gets to the bridge because TxDOT's doing I'm about to send this in the next city manager report, a rewrapping of something under the bridge and they don't wanna rip out anything. So they're doing a whole nother project from there forward and they're delaying it like our rest of that piece, like 3 or 4 months, 5 months. So we'll get our segment up until a point. Segment 2 is from that piece forward.
Yeah.
So we had to essentially move this piece to the segment 2 piece because of.
So it's not actually going to connect to the Onion Homestead coming under the bridge. The hardest part on segment 2 is going to be crossing the creek.
It'll be.
It'll have to be an engineered bridge.
It's a hot mess from where we're stopping here all through segment 2, but at least we've got the stuff for it. At least we're starting engineering. At least we're starting the process for all of that. Because it's not us that takes a long time. It's everybody else that's got to approve it. And then because you're crossing creeks and stuff, I don't know if not FEMA.
The flood management people for Texas.
Have to look at it, how long that's going to take.
Okay.
So that stuff's going to take a while. But now it's looking, at least we have funding. We know we have it. It's segment 3. Like, will we ever get funding for segment 3?
Well, so here's the thing. My view on it is if we get the trail to Rimkus becomes our city's trailhead. Because you can get on at Rimkus, go to Shadow Mist, and go to 78, close to 100 miles now.
Yeah.
You should look at that too. I saw something that said we're close to the 100-mile mark. If we could like somehow plan construction to finish and be the 100th mile, that would be good press. So, but if we can get it to Rimkus, then now you don't have to worry about Shadow Mist being your trailhead. Rimkus becomes your trailhead.
Okay, yeah, I see.
And then if I want to ride my bike, I just go to Rimkus and I can get on the trail.
And then go that way.
And go that way. And then that makes Rimkus a much more attractive park. And then you even can build that into other methods. So like, if we're connected to the trail on the south side or on the west side of town, then connecting to Medical Center would be good, but not necessary because we can only go to our city limits, which ends up like in the middle of Hebron.
Well, and that's why we thought the TxDOT project for this one would work because it had to show connectivity or whatever, and San Antonio's proposing the rest of that piece. So, but it didn't.
But AAMPO's been favorable to these in the past.
For the most part, yes. Melinda's like, she needs Warsbach money before she needs segment 3 money. So we may, for coffer projects for AMPO, we may go for Warsbach first.
What's on Warsbach?
We need to do a complete reconstruct and we can't afford it.
On the water main?
No, on the street.
Oh.
The street needs a complete reconstruct. Now,
by Sonic?
Yeah, like that whole section from that point, which, now David's got a CDBG grant for the water main. So for his water main section, they'll do that section upstream and, you know what I mean, if that makes sense.
Yeah. All right, have a good night.
You too.